Amin, can you make me co-host so I can deal with the breakout room? Not the breakout room, the waiting room.
Yes. Good.
Thank you.
kuigi nagu roheline.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, everyone.
Amin, can you make them all co-hosts?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Okay, so we're gonna do a lottery in a digital era, which is using a random list generator from any website, basically. So per 387, I think it was, we need to do a lottery for order whenever we have multiple candidates. This also, okay, this does not apply for membership applications, I believe, but we'll still do a lottery anyways, just so that they're consistent with that. And yeah, okay, and I'm gonna share my screen. No, that's the wrong one.
Not that one.
This one.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is for VPCB. Let's go. Randomize. All right, I'm gonna do this because I think if you click randomize and there is two options, it's just gonna invert the order. But let's see for the next one if it's the same or not. I'm just copying this from other sheets. Come back. All right, then we do one for VPE. Yeah, I think it's just gonna invert the order.
Yeah.
Okay, that might not work. But what if we had all the names at the same time? And then just go with the order.
Perhaps we can try another page because I guess that.
Oh, it doesn't change. So you see, maybe even if you randomize it several times.
Yeah, we can do a trial, kind of, you know. So you can just like write down different letters and see how it's ordered. Oh, that will work as well.
Okay, thank you. I don't know who this was.
Yeah.
Thank you for the suggestion.
That's even funnier. It's more colorful, so I guess that it will be even better.
Should we add dummy names as well so that we can ensure that it's indeed random?
Yeah.
Okay, and then
click to spin or press Ctrl Enter. Oh.
Okay. That case, Ines is going to be the first one.
I'm gonna write this down, okay?
But the name of the page?
Yeah, as well. That might be useful for next times.
Okay, let's do VPCP now.
Okay.
Okay, the order stays the same.
Yeah.
It's going to be more fun for those. There's like 5 of them.
More colors. Okay, so Berke first.
It's cool, you can just remove people.
Yeah. Then Randa. Oh,
Almost.
yeah. Randa. Then Mohammed Ibrahim. Olayinka.
And that's it.
Yeah.
We have our orders. That, and well, since we have some time, we can do it by the end of it. Just to make it more fun. This is interesting.
Okay. Niger. Afghanistan. Msank, and last but not least, KG. Great. We don't know which international federation is this one. South India. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't copy the abbreviations this time.
It's fine.
But
Barbados.
and Barbados. And Gabon third.
And Gabon.
Okay. That's it. Done with the lottery. Thank you again, Lemsik Lebanon, for making this amusing.
Yay.
And one more accurate. Okay, I'm just gonna broadcast the order for anyone that's wondering.
Nipaja, I have a quick question.
Yep.
Just before we started presentation, can we open a speakers list just to explain some team event and other event coming in next week?
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. So this is the order. If you're just tuning in. And that's the order we're gonna go with per the wheel of something. What was it?
Wheel of names.
Okay, I'll stop sharing. And we're gonna be starting our roll call in about 5 minutes. Blanca, can you open a random vote on Nemo Vote just to see if anyone is having technical difficulties, if they're already here?
Yep.
Yeah.
Give me 1 second.
Even though we have only presentations, I do expect some sort of votes.
Yeah, just in case. Ta-da-da. Shall I open it for all voters or just NMOs with voting
Just
rights?
voting rights. Yeah.
Great. Okay, so you have it now open. So you can just try whether you have issues with NumaVote, and if so, just let us know. Let's see the number of NMOs who have already voted.
Is everyone fine? Is
40.
anyone having issues?
We have 50 NMOs who have voted, so I guess that you don't have issues with NumaVote. The rest of NMOs, just let us know. I think that we have, no. Okay, let me solve.
Okay, time for a roll call. Omar, can you record the roll call? Please, everyone get on the account as well.
Okay, I'm now recording the roll call from Nemo vote.
Right now in Nimavut, we have 60 animals who have voted. So yeah, in case you have further, or if you have questions or problems, just let us know.
Okay, well, I'll look into why we're not able to see this.
Okay, the roll call has been recorded, so you may proceed when you feel like it, Nibusha.
Okay, perfect. Okay, Autumn, it seems that you do not have voting rights, actually.
Them, Dominica? Let me check.
Yes, hi. If I may have the
Yep.
right to talk right now, I'm not sure.
Yeah, so it seems that you did not submit the credential form, and I made a mistake with your name.
They made a mistake with my name?
In the name for Zoom call, it should not state you have voting rights, as you don't in fact have voting rights. You don't have the credential form submitted correctly. CCC is here, so you can approach them whenever you want, and they can explain.
Sure. Should I do it by text, by email, or can I do it just now?
I guess over email is the best for them.
Right. Thank you.
And they'll reply. Okay, so we have the roll call, and we're going to start. Omar, can you screen share?
Yes, can you give me 1 minute exactly as I change the order of the animals applying for membership change?
That's fine. Okay, so first we have Theo that wanted to speak. So you can speak while he gets set up for everything. Okay, is there anyone else that wants to speak except the Theo? Before we begin with everything else? No. Okay, Theo, you have the floor. Assume it's one person, not two or more.
Can we have Egley first? I think it's more important.
Okay, it's two people.
Okay, IFMS AVP Agla. Dear animals, on behalf of Omnia LPH, IRIS LWHO, and External Affairs General Assistant Christos, we would like to cordially invite you to the theme event on digital health that will take place on Wednesday, 1 p.m. GMT. Why should you attend? We will be exploring the topic that is rapidly gaining momentum in global health, which is digital health. Our event will include keynote speakers, including address from United Nations Youth Envoy, keynotes from Senior Advisor on Gender and Youth for WHO Director General, Lancet Commission on Governing Health Futures on Digital Health, as well as WHO Designated Technical Officer to the IFMSA. You might have noticed that in last days there has been a hackathon going on with IFMSA teams from all over the world developing digital health in medical education solutions. These solutions for the 4 best teams that will be selected through this weekend will present them during this theme event. And a monetary prize established by the Lancet will be awarded to the winning team. Therefore, we cordially invite you to participate. There will also be a popularity note. Last but not least, in the event, there is also going to be a surprise mystery guest, and I don't want to spoil any details and leave it a surprise, but it's really a guest that you would not like to miss in this team event. Therefore, once again, we invite you to, and we hope to have many participants present. And also, please take a look at Discord, where you will find information about the side events happening. The first one is today at 4 p.m. GMT. And last but not least, if you have not filled in our digital health survey, we ask you very much to do so. That would be it. Thank you so much.
We also have a TO statement.
Yep, go.
Thank you. Okay.
Hi, this is Tom, IFMSA RD EMR. Dear NMOs, dear IFMSA family, and fellow team of officials members, March 8th, which happens to be this Monday, marks the International Women's Day. We would like to take this opportunity to extend our respect and appreciation to the amazing women leaders and members in our federation. This International Women's Day comes at a unique time, as the world is still fighting the COVID-19 pandemic. This year has been designated as the Year of Health and Care Workers, celebrating the enormous efforts of healthcare workers in the response to the pandemic, in which women globally played a crucial role in the front lines and in alleviating the burden of this massive health emergency. International Women's Day this year comes at a critical reflection and commitment to tackle the structural and the societal barriers to ensure women's full and effective participation and leadership in all areas of life, including health, as an essential driver to resilience and progress.
And that is International Women's Day, also comes at a time when we are celebrating 70 years of IFMSA. Over the years, our federation has taken major vows and steps towards women empowerment and gender equity. Yet we must acknowledge that much more efforts and concrete actions are needed towards sustainable empowerment, participation, and above all, safety and inclusion. We call on our NMOs and members to constantly reflect on our actions, on our structures, and on our approaches, so as to ensure a gender equitable and just working culture, as well as a safe, inclusive spaces across all our platforms within all levels of the Federation. We would like to take this opportunity to appreciate the amazing women in the EB and TO and SUBCO, Egle, Elina, Fatima, Gabi, Eva, Iris, Lucia, Maha, Mariona, Omnia, Roxanne, Sane, and Vero. It is our utmost pleasure to work with you and lead this Federation with you. We also cannot spare time to express our gratitude and respect to all the women in our federation, and the international teams, national leaders, and IFMSAs all over the world. Thank you.
Thank you, IFMSA TO. I like that these statements are becoming a trend, and I fully support the TO statement on this, and also extend the congratulations as well for 8th of March to all the IFMSA and the Plenary team in particular. Okay. So now we will continue on. Omar, are you ready?
Yes, I was just recording the support.
Okay.
Okay, do you see the slides?
Yep. Well, currently it is your Google Sheet. Okay. So for the third plenary, we are having, we can go to the slides. So presentation of national member organizations applying for membership or for change of status, then presentations of candidates for hosting the 71st March meeting General Assembly, presentation of candidatures for the IFMSA EB 2122, presentation of candidatures for the interim IFMSA officials 2021, and presentation of candidatures for IFMSA Supervisory Council 1921. Now, before we proceed, so unlike AM20, where we did not have live Q&A, this time we will have this option. Candidates for TO positions were already informed of this, And some of the main reasons for doing this in MM21 was that, well, we got feedback in AM20 that it was very difficult to connect the questions and answers with the presentations themselves, and it kind of came out a little bit late, and well, it was not as effective as it should have been. So this time around, at least for the candidates, we informed them that they will have the opportunity to answer questions live. And in case they're not able to, it is also okay. We will collect the questions and forward them for answering during the day. As there is a debate happening the day after, candidates for the executive board will need to answer the questions during the day so that they can be shared before the debate. Questions that would be in the debate that were in for the presentation and they were answered will not be put up for debate again, as it would be assumed that the question was answered. If you have further questions that you would have on the same topic, you're welcome to contact the candidates themselves directly. For LOSA, we'll give them one more day for this. And for all membership applications, if there is a representative, it is fine that they answer the questions live here. If not, we'll also collect the questions. Are there any concerns about this? If not, we're going to proceed, except also, I'm sorry, one more piece of information. So there is a paragraph that states that in case of TO candidatures and GA host candidatures, and there are multiple of them, we need to ensure that candidates are not aware of other people's applications, in the sense of they cannot see the video or have any audio feedback on the other people's presentations. And therefore we will be escorting them into the breakout rooms. So the way it's going to happen, when we reach, for example, LOSO, all those that are present at the beginning of the first presentation, they will be escorted to the breakout room, and they are the only ones that will be allowed to have to participate in the live Q&A, because they're the only ones we can ensure will not be privy to the information shared by everyone else. And well, we will ensure they do not have any sort of audio or visual information on the other candidatures, but we'll be just escorting them from one breakout room to the other. In case someone joins in the middle from the candidates from that same group, well, they will not be allowed to have live Q&A. So, does anyone have any questions on that? How that particular Barbados paragraph will be honored? Okay. I was not looking at raised hand, but assume no. Yep. Okay. So then we're gonna proceed with membership status change candidates. Only the valid presentations, valid candidates will be broadcasted. So the first one is we're going to go with applications for candidate membership, and the first one is from Gabon. I'm going to be doing screen sharing, but can you give me co-host?
Yes,
Yeah, I don't have either. So.
Okay, I'm going to give you both co-host. Yeah.
No wonder I cannot see raised hands if there were any. But okay.
Go share your co-host now. I'm going to stop sharing screen so that you can share yours.
Okay. If you have any issues with sound and like whatever, let me know. But I broadcasted in AM20. It should work now. We were testing it with other presentations as well. We're not able to test all of it. Yeah. Just a second. I got a request for speakers list before we begin with presentations, just to see what it's about.
Hello, everybody.
Yes, is there a representative from Gabon Medical Students Association with us?
Do you listen me?
Yep, perfect. So we're gonna have questions for you after the presentation.
Please.
So I'm gonna start the presentation now. Sorry for the delay.
AEMG is Gabon Medical Student Association. Our country, Gabon, is located in Central Africa, bordered by the Atlantic Ocean, Congo, Equatorial Guinea, and Cameroon. It is crossed by the equator and the capital city is Libreville. We have a rich cultural diversity with over 40 ethnic groups and each one with its customs and language. Gabon is an independent African nation with a young population of over 2 billion and our national language is French. Gabon Medical Students Association was founded in 2019 with the mission of improving the involvement of the students in health issues to support the students in the success of their medical career through various activities. Our members are all the medical students from the University of Health Science in Gabon. AEMG is the only one national medical students organization in Gabon. We have 6 standing committees and a leadership made of a president, a vice president in charge of internal affairs, a vice president in charge of external affairs, a secretary general, and a treasurer. Here are some of our recent activities: a handing over ceremony, a championships final, and an involvement in the 3rd newsletter of InfoState talking about malaria and COVID-19 in Gabon. Thank you all for your attention.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna stop screen sharing. So now we're gonna take, you couldn't hear everything? I mean, the sound was low in general. It wasn't just, it was the video itself. What do you mean? What? Well, I was listening on my headphones and I could hear it fully. So I'm a bit confused. Like, the sound was low in general. It's not that it was because of the stream. Okay, I'm gonna try again and you let me know if you can hear better.
Hello everybody.
Come on, just to wait a moment. I'm gonna try to stream again and see if it's better now.
Our country,
Please.
Gabon, is located in Central Africa, bordered by the...
Is this better? But like,
Yeah.
the sound is low. This is like, you have to increase your own volume. Like, I'm listening on headphones and it's possible to hear, like, and half of the people heard. So I'm a bit confused now.
Do you listen me?
No, I'm speaking to other government. I'm not speaking to you directly. I'm speaking to everyone else that's in here. Yeah, the sound was low in the entire video. So I'm gonna replay it, but like, you have to increase your volume. Okay, because like, the sound was there. And I am like listening on my mobile phone. So if you cannot hear presentations right now, I advise you to use headphones because like, the sound is always clear. So Gabon, we're gonna go with another, okay. I mean, was that for me or for them? The sound settings?
For them.
Okay. I can say Guatemala, the hand raised. Okay, I'm gonna play again, just increase your volume. It is specifically tied to presentations and your volume. Okay.
AEMG
Please, sir,
is
do you
Gabon
listen
Medical
me?
Student Association. Our country, Gabon, is located in Central Africa, bordered by the Atlantic Ocean, Congo, Equatorial Guinea, and Cameroon. It is crossed by the equator and the capital city is Libreville. We have a rich cultural diversity with over 40 ethnic groups and each one with its customs and language. Gabon is an independent African nation with a young population of over 2 billion and our national language is French. Gabon Medical Students Association was founded in 2019 with the mission of improving the involvement of the students in health issues to support the students in the success of their medical career through various activities. Our members are all the medical students from the University of Health Science in Gabon. AEMG is the only one national medical students organization in Gabon. We have 6 standing committees and a leadership made of a president, a vice president in charge of internal affairs, a vice president in charge of external affairs, a secretary general, and a treasurer. Here are some of our recent activities: a handing over ceremony, a championships final, and an involvement in the 3rd newsletter of InfoState talking about malaria and COVID-19 in Gabon. Thank you all for your attention.
Okay, I hope that was better and you're able to hear now properly. Now, okay, Gabon, you're going to be answering some questions now. Just let me double check the time that you are allowed to answer questions so I don't make a mistake. So it's 5 minutes speaking and 2 minutes for questions. When it's 3 minutes for questions, we're going to be taking 4 questions at a time. So does anyone want to ask Gabon any questions? Please raise your hand. Okay, I see one. 2 now. Okay, I have Missy Poland and PMC Palestine. I have Missy Poland first. And also,
I'm sorry.
Before you go, sorry, to make the process of writing the questions faster and to be accurate, please also send your questions in chat. Like prepare them in advance, write them down, and send them in chat. So I have Missy Poland, PMC Palestine, and I'm Salsu. You can go.
Hi, from Poland, Nicole. Hi, thank you, Gabon, for your presentation. I wanted to ask, what is your biggest achievement in your NMO so far? The event maybe or a project you're most proud of upon today? Thank you.
Okay, I hope you got this and send it in chat as well. PMC Palestine?
Yes, thank you. I just want to ask about the financial plan or the general budget. Thanks.
Okay. And AMSA Austria.
AMSA Austria, Lucy. Our question was, are there any non-medical students at the Health Sciences University? And would you consider involving them and representing them in the future?
Okay. Until you send us all your questions, I'm just going to write reminders here for Gabon and okay. So Gabon, you can start replying. You have 3 minutes, starting from when you start. You can unmute and answer the questions. Are you here with us? Is there someone from the regional team that can help them out as well? See what's happening. Carbon, are you here? Okay, if you do not reply in the next half a minute, we're gonna have to proceed.
They are answering in the chat, I guess, but
Okay, you're having difficulties. So in that case, we're gonna send you these questions after, and you can reply to them over email, if that's also fine. I mean, it should be fine, because if we're having technical issues, this is going to be the way forward. So IFMC Poland and PMC Palestine, please send your questions in chat as well, so that we can accurately send them to Gabon, and they're gonna reply after. Okay, so we're gonna move on with the next presentation in this case. Omar, can you remind me which one was it?
We have IFMC Barbados.
Great, okay. Okay, now let me know if you can hear properly. If you cannot hear properly, raise your hand.
Hi, my name is Stephen Braun, a second-year medical student from Ross University School of Medicine.
Is everyone able to hear properly now? Okay, perfect. I'm gonna start from the beginning and start.
Hi, my name is Stephen Braun, a second-year medical student from Ross University School of Medicine, the former president of the prospective Barbados NMO, and current student government vice president.
Hi, my name is Reshma Shamnarayan. I'm a second-year medical student here at Ross University School of Medicine, the current president of the prospective Barbados NMO, and the student government ambassador.
So we're here to explain a little bit about our school, why we're interested in joining IFMSA, what we have done to prepare, and why Barbados would be an excellent location for the new chapter. To summarize a little about our school, RUSM has been a location in the Caribbean to study medicine for students for a multitude of diverse backgrounds all around the world for the past 40 years. The first 2 didactic years taking place in the Caribbean, and the last 2 clinical years in the United States. Recently, the country of Barbados has been so generous in opening their country to us students, as our school was looking for a new home. Naturally, us students were looking for a way to repay the kindness we were shown. Through the search, we had discovered IFMSA, an international medical organization run by students, abiding by the several pillars listed: public health, sexual and reproductive rights, human rights and peace, professional exchange, medical education, and research exchange. This program was exactly what we were looking for as a way for further growth of RUSM and our relationship with the country of Barbados.
We are interested in joining IFMSA to expand on the opportunities to network with like-minded medical students around the world. We believe this opportunity will help medical students within the community and afar to collaborate on research and social disparity projects. We understand that sustainability is very important in maintaining a chapter. To ensure that our chapter is sustainable, we have drafted a budget plan that accounts for administration costs, National General Assembly expenditures, activity fees, conference fees, and General Assembly fees. This budget is currently undergoing a review from our deans in order to incorporate other schools in Barbados once they join our chapter.
We currently have 2 schools on board for our IFMSA chapter: Ross University School of Medicine and the University of the West Indies. There are 4 medical schools in Barbados. Currently, there are over 1,310 medical students part of the prospective chapter. The two largest schools in the Barbados area and both student governments are on board to make the chapter sustainable. Currently, we have a structure in place with the NMO Executive Board and committee chairs for each respective national officer. This structure will help separate the duties for our chapter. Each school has their individual board with their 6 standing committees in place, and each committee will be in charge of the projects pertaining to their roles. Meetings will be in place for IFMSA Barbados for each individual school and at a chapter level. Local committees will have full voting rights. RUSM will be the liaison from IFMSA Barbados to the national IFMSA organization. Having these committees in place will also allow for students who are completing rotations an easy way to stay involved. Currently, many schools have found themselves committed towards remote learning from the COVID-19 pandemic, and RUSM is no exception. In light of this, we have needed to adapt to certain obstacles which have arisen while we were remote. Despite these obstacles, we as students in Barbados have shown resilience as well as deepened our interest in joining IFMSA so that we might learn from other institutions who have dealt with similar complications, but also have a way to share our experience.
Our future plans for our chapter include connecting with the 2 other schools in Barbados to join and collaborate on projects to help the community. A few of these projects will be aimed towards social disparities when it comes to non-communicable diseases within the community. Many of these ailments, which the population in Barbados are dealing with, are caused by certain modifiable risk factors, such as a sedentary lifestyle, tobacco smoking, and unhealthy diets with no clear message to help the future. Using the knowledge we have gained through our curriculum and working alongside our peers with IFMSA, we plan to educate the general population on these health disparities, as well as promote alternate lifestyles to generate a healthier populace. Through this proposal video and our application, it is our hope that IFMSA will consider Barbados as a prospective chapter.
Okay, now do we have any representative of IFMSA Barbados with us? Or are we expecting someone?
Yes, I apologize. We just got let in.
Okay, perfect. I'm glad to hear you here with us. So we're going to ask for 4 questions max. You have 3 minutes to reply to them, and I'm having a stopwatch. If you finish replying in less than 3 minutes, we're going to have another round of questions. All clear for you?
I think so.
Okay, so AMSA Austria, and then AMSA USA.
Thank you very much. AMSA Austria. Our first question would be, what are the obstacles which you mentioned that had to do with being remote?
Yeah, so
okay,
some of the obstacles.
Just before you start replying, we're going to collect all the questions. Please, if you have questions ready, text them in chat as well to speed up the process of writing, as we are not directly writing this now. So I'm so sorry, can you just repeat your question again?
Absolutely. Our question was, what obstacles were you referring to which arose due to the remoteness, like remote universities situation?
Okay, now AMSA USA.
Hi, AMSA USA, thank you for your presentation. You said you wanted to join the IFMSA to network with like-minded medical students, as well as to learn from other countries and how they handle remote learning and to do community outreach. I'm wondering, what are your other reasons and goals for wanting to join the IFMSA? Thank you.
Okay, this is the last time that I'm going to be typing the questions. So next time, please type your questions somewhere on your computer and just copy them in chat and read them from there. Now, AMSA Gambia, and then SFGH UK, and those are going to be our 4 questions. AMSA Gambia. Okay, they typed it out. How long has your association been in existence, and why did you decide to join the IFMSA now? And SFGH UK.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. I wanted to ask, you mentioned Ross University would be the main liaison with the IFMSA. Would your members from other universities have equal access and opportunity to get involved with the IFMSA and the opportunities that they provide? And what plans do you have for the future for them to be more involved? Thank you. I'm writing it out as well. Sorry about that.
Okay, thank you all for your questions. So you can answer now. You have 3 minutes and you can go in any order you want.
Of course, yeah. So to answer the first question from Austria, well, first off, thank you again for all of your questions. So the first one was, what obstacles were you referring to which arose due to remoteness? So, of course, one of the obstacles that we had encountered was how communication plays such an important role in something such as this, with being able to plan and being able to build a candidature membership. And so some of the obstacles that we arose was how we had to email and get in touch with a lot of these other universities because we were all remote and not in person. So being able to get in touch with many people in these remote areas was found it to be a bit more of a challenge than we had originally thought it would be. So that was one of the main obstacles. But of course, all the universities have been very open to helping out and such. So I hope that helps answer that. And then I guess just go right into the next one.
Yep, for all the questions as you want, in whatever order.
Of course, yeah. So to answer the next one, so in order to network with like-minded medical students from other countries and how they handle remote learning and community service, and then what are the other goals? So we were hoping to, of course, network and share goals and such like that, but also one of the main, so one of several reasons, of course, that we wanted to join was the idea that IFMSA had the research exchange program, and research is such an important idea in the development of, medical education and medicine as a whole. And so the idea that research exchange was one of the pillars of IFMSA, that was one of the things that we really latched onto. But also, of course, being able to help out the community as a whole. I mean, the many different ideologies that IFMSA holds on to is just one of those. There's not many organizations like this in the world, and we really thought that we really believe that we can make a difference in the country of Barbados with the support of IFMSA, and as well as the other universities that are part of it.
Thank you, Mr. Barbados. You're out of time. And if you want to answer SFGH UK, feel free to email me and I'll forward the question, so the answer. But it will have to be outside of this setting.
Of course.
Thank you for joining us. I'm gonna mute MP Togo. So the last presentation that we were supposed to have for candidate membership is from IFMSA South India. However, the candidature is deemed invalid, and this is the part still up to interpretation by the chairperson, but as my predecessors in this position did not allow any invalid candidatures to be presented, I will do the same thing and will not allow this to be presented. However, the CCC would like to explain why they are invalid, I suppose.
Okay, Andela from the CCC. The CCC would like to explain the reasons for the application of IFMSA South India. When the CCC started working, we review the submission as we have written in the CCC preliminary report. We deem the application of IFMSA South India invalid due to be in violation of two bylaws paragraphs 2.23 and Annex 2 paragraph 2.15 as per CCC interpretation. Following that, the CCC was approached by IFMSA South India asking for further clarification on both points. The CCC looked into the matter again and was unable to make the decision regarding the validity of the candidature, especially in relation to the bylaws paragraph 223, due to having incomplete information at our disposal. As per bylaws paragraph 228, the EB must submit a membership application review report in which the following should be included. Relationship between the involved organizations in present and past, taking into consideration reasons for any conflicts. F. Attitude towards creating a joint organization. G. Document. H. Future potential for contribution to IFMSA. Upon review of the membership application review report provided by the BPM, there was no information regarding the list items E to H. This information...
They're having a little bit of problems hearing you. I'm not sure what's the issue with your internet.
Can you hear me right now?
Right now, yes. Was the information that he shared before clear, or do you need him to repeat from some point?
Can you repeat? We missed some point.
Okay, so was it clear until 2.28? So, like, was that the point that was unclear? What information the EB needed to provide? Was everything beforehand clear, or do you want the whole thing to be repeated? You need to type in chat or say something. Okay, the whole thing. So, Angelo, can you start again?
Okay.
And in case you're unclear again, someone else from the CCC can jump in from there.
Yeah, thank you. Please tell me if my internet is bad, so I can give the floor to another member of the CCC. Okay. The CCC would like to explain the reason for deeming the application of IFMSA South India for candidate membership status invalid. When the CCC started working, we reviewed the submission as we have written in the CCC preliminary report. We deemed the application of IFMSA South India invalid due to being in violation of two bylaws paragraphs 2.23 and Annex 2 paragraph 2.15 as per CCC interpretation. Following that, the CCC was approached by IFMSA South India asking for further clarification on both points. The CCC looked into the matter again and was unable to make the decision regarding the validity of the candidature, especially in relation to bylaws paragraph 2.23, due to having incomplete information at our disposal. As per bylaws paragraph 2.28, the Executive Board must submit a membership application review report in which the following should be included. Relationship between the involved organizations in present and past, taking into consideration reasons for any conflicts. Attitude towards creating a joint organization. Documents from relevant institutions clarifying the current status and level of activity of each organization. Future potential for contribution to IFMSA. Upon review of the membership application review report provided by the BPM, there was no information regarding the list items E to H. This information would have been required for the CCC to determine the validity of IFMSA South India application, as there is already an NMO in the state of India. This will require them to fall under one of the exemptions mentioned in bylaws paragraph 3.32 in order to become valid. CCC approached the executive board to provide additional information which will allow us to make a decision, and we have received an email from the VPM this morning. The email states the following conclusions. We will quote now. Conclusion number 1, in relation to bylaws paragraph 223A, currently no sufficient information clarifying if IFMSA South India represents different universities from the current information. All the universities from which they have support letters either have proven or alleged MSI activity. Conclusion number 2, there is currently no evidence that shows that IFMSA South India represents a geographical area not represented by MSI, except the chronic underrepresentation, which has been echoed and verified in support letters. Therefore, after receiving this information from the VPM, we will stand by our decision in deeming the candidature of IFMSA South India invalid, since we do not have any information that will lead us to categorize them under any of the exemptions mentioned in the bylaws paragraph 3.32. We would also like to highlight that reviewing the candidature and the whole process of determining validity was conducted by only 4 CCC members, as one of us is from the other NMO involved, and thus was not included in the discussions and the decision. Thank you.
Okay, so anyone else wants to speak on this matter, since this is essentially a speakers list now open on this? But I believe CCC was very clear that even if you were now to overrule their decision regarding the submission itself, currently there is no supporting evidence for them to be even eligible to apply. MSI India?
Thank you, CCC, for the interpretation. We would like to clarify this matter further because we are one of the NMOs that are already in India. So I'd like to read a statement for that. Thank you. Dear IFMSA NMOs, Executive Board, team of officials, and Supervising Council, we, MSI India, would like to voice our concerns about the recent turn of events regarding which we have sent a detailed email on the server to all the NMOs. We would like to bring to attention BCP 2.23 and 2.15. Overruling the CCC going against the recommendation of the Executive Board or suspending any bylaw and validating the candidature of IFMSA SI would mean disrespecting multiple processes established to ensure the integrity of IFMSA and its NMOs. This decision will not only affect the working of the current NMO, but will also set an example for future decisions with similar situations that a number of NMOs find themselves in our federation. Therefore, we would urge all our NMOs to kindly reconsider this decision, taking into account facts and not false allegations and inflammatory statements. MSI India operates in the whole India, including the southern states. According to Annexure 2, Bylaw 2.123, 2.13D, and 2.14B, we believe there has been no clarity on how they differ from our organization. Also, to shed light upon our geographical differences, we have at several opportunities highlighted that we have equal representation in all manners. We would also like to inform the NMOs that we received a full-term membership at 2017 AM at Mexico. We have never violated the IFMSA bylaws and have been constantly contributing to the growth and sustainability of the organization. That being said, as an NMO, we are gladly willing to volunteer to participate in any official process, be it task force, review committee, SUPCO investigation, so that we can improve our member engagement and have equal opportunities for all instead of engaging in a smear campaign with no accountability and outcomes. We remain committed to the principles of IFMSA and to our members to ask only details required for administrative purposes and nothing more that can be possibly discriminating based on ethnicity, caste, race, sexuality, or any other trait that is not relevant to the administration of the organization. Thank you, NMOs.
Okay, thank you, Mr. India. If there are no further statements or any procedural motions being submitted on this topic, we're going to proceed with membership upgrades. Okay. Just so that everyone is aware, in case anyone wants to submit any procedural motions, it's going to be a bit more complicated because the next plenary is the elections plenary, and anyone that is being elected or accepted in IFMSA as member, they need to have their presentation done one day before the actual appointment, election, adoption. So the elections, if at all, would happen for IFMSA SI, would need to be done on plenary 5A at the earliest. So unless something happens during this one. So we are proceeding with applications for membership upgrades. We have AS Niger. Niger. That's the Niger. I apologize. I think that's the correct pronunciation. The other one is not the correct one. Okay, let me know if you can hear me.
AESS is Association of Students in Health Science in Niger.
I think you can hear everything well, as I can. Okay, I'm gonna play now properly.
AESS Niger. AESS is Association of Students in Health Science in Niger. Receive the greetings from ASS Executive Board. Niger is bordered to the north by Algeria and Libya, to the south by Nigeria and Benin, to the east by Chad, and to the west by Burkina Faso and Mali. It has a population of 24 billion. The country is multi-ethnic and is a line of contact between sub-Saharan Africa and North Africa. Located in West Africa, it is the largest country in West Africa and ranks sixth at continental scale. The official language is French, and the territory is 80% of the Sahara and Sahel. The country has 3 faculties of medicine, Niamey, Maradi, and Zinder, and the 3 represent about 6,000 of medical students from the first year to the 7th year. Members of AESS are drawn from all the 3 faculties. Therefore, the national office is in Niamey and regional offices in Maradi and Zinder. The Students' Association in Health Science is a non-profit association created to help promote the teaching of discipline and the practice of health science in academic circles and organizations. AESS Nigeria joined EFMC at August meeting 2019 in Taipei, Taiwan as a candidate member. Since that, AESS have participated in 3 JS and 1 regional training session. At the national level, AESS has made partnership with local and international NGOs in order to pursue and achieve the goals of students in general and EFMC in particular. During the COVID-19 pandemic, AESS led some activities with universities and the government. The executive board is responsible for the day-to-day management of the association within the framework of the directive given by the General Assembly and the executive board itself. It represents the association in its relations with the public authorities, private organizations and corresponding institutions abroad. The current structure includes the national officials, its president, a vice president internal, a vice president external, a treasurer, a secretary general, and the standing committee directors. Our recent activities are National Student Week, National Caravan for Cardiovascular Risk Factor Screening and Awareness Raising, Studies and Impact of Sickle Cell Disease in Niger, and October Pink. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay. So do we have a representative here? If yes, you can unmute. Regional team, do we have a representative? If not, we'll just collect questions and share them with them. Okay, I'm going to assume there is no representative, so we'll just collect questions and forward them. So 4 questions, ask for all the other ones. Raise your hands. Okay, AMSA Austria, the next Catalonia, and I think Kyrgyzstan.
AMSA Austria, thank you very much. Our question would be, what are the different non-governmental organizations that you have been working with and partnering with so far? We'll write it in the chat.
Okay, next Catalonia.
Yeah, thank you. Our question will be that what kind of activities did you conduct during the COVID pandemic? As you said in your presentation that you had conducted some with the universities and government. I will send the question in the chat box. Thank you.
Okay, and seems to Cyprus. You're the 4th one. IFMSA Kyrgyzstan already sent theirs as well. Okay, are the members of Niger that are not medical students? If yes, what is the percentage of non-medical students? Okay, these are the 4 questions that we will forward to them. Hopefully we're going to get answers today, if not tomorrow. Did you copy from Simsa Cyprus? Yeah. Which is the next one, Omar? Okay, for I must say Afghanistan, I received a video, but it does not have any sound connected to it. They've been trying to upload, but they've been having issues, as I'm informed by the regional team. So we're gonna take them as last ones. Hopefully we're gonna be able to have someone either narrate the video for them from the regional team or something else. I'm so sorry, you still have your hand raised. Okay. So we're gonna go with St. Northern Cyprus.
Dear IFMSI family.
Any issues with sound? I believe there are none. Okay, something wrong with my. Okay, there we go. Okay, perfect.
Dear IFMSI family, after more than 3 years attending General Assemblies, SRTs and other events, we are thrilled to get the chance to show all the hard work and growth of MUSAC, and hopefully finally be part of the IFMSI family.
MUSAC became a candidate member of IFMSA during August meeting 2017 in Tanzania. During 2 years of being part of IFMSA, we became active in all standing committees and reached our dream to associate members during August meeting 2019 in Taiwan. It was heartbreaking and hard to arrive with a dream, but to be pushed back to the start again. Happily, more than 2/3 of the animals supporting the standing invitation which made it possible for us to one day come back and apply as members of the Federation. During March meeting 2020 in Rwanda, we were happy to show how our members became more and more connected to our association. Happily, the outcome of March meeting 2020 ended up with us obtaining our candidate membership in IFMSA, which got us one step further to achieving our long-last dream.
MESANG consists of 3 local committees from 3 different cities. The first one is QMSA from Kyrgyzstan University, the second one is EUMSA from Eastern Mediterranean University, and the third one is NUMSA from Near East University. Totally, we represent 1,700 students.
More than 4 years have passed since our first IFMSA meeting, which was March meeting 2017 in Montenegro. Thereafter, we have been present during both regional meetings, sub-regional trainings, and General Assembly.
The development of MESANG has taken time, but I'm proud to say today MESANG become active in all committees, locally and nationally.
We are still working on trying to make our last efforts with the regional assistants and directors of FMSA to ensure we are following the standing committee regulations to become active again internationally in all standing committees. We would like to give you a brief overview of our projects.
Over the past years, SCOF has ensured to advocate and raise awareness on a variety of topics, including a COVID-19 movie series and a COVID-19 webinar in collaboration with Turkmisic and Azure MDS. In addition, and more recently, a webinar regarding the importance of mental health in cancer patients was conducted in collaboration with IFMSA. We are looking forward to organizing far more activities such as workshops in order to help SCOF prosper.
2 years ago, we were SCORE active and were ready to sign 7 contracts. Unfortunately, the exchange back then had to come to an end. However, this never stopped us from going back into it. That's why we are glad to inform you that we are currently working on activating our research exchange with the help of our universities and doctors to provide students with a lifetime educational experience.
We're focused on creating a peaceful environment for medical students, especially for future planning. We also collaborated with multiple online medical programs to provide our students an easier and beneficial approach to medical studies. We are currently working on 10 SCOM projects on this term. In the summer of 2019, we hosted for the first time ever 22 exchange students from 17 different countries around the world and received a positive feedback from all of them, which inspired our medical students to take part in it. Since then, we've worked very hard to increase our spots for the exchanges and facilitate the best experience ever for our students. Currently, we've signed 33 contracts with 22 different NMOs and looking forward to sign more in the next term.
Through our events, we have taught children their rights and held educational days on a regular basis. We have also reached out people from all over the world via online events. Currently, we are organizing an online symposium regarding vaccine nationalism with the help of 2 of our universities.
We had made an interactive online event about gender-based violence and are currently working on female genital mutilation campaign. We are so proud now that we could develop a collaboration with the universities regarding sexual health.
We would like to highlight that since we became members of FMSA, MESANG has never failed to pay its financial obligations, nor missed a deadline before. So we can fully guarantee you that we will always pay our fees, abide and respect the FMSA constitution and bylaws.
All of this will not have been possible without your support, and we hope we get to continue working with you in the future.
Today, we once again put our dreams into your hands and wish to continue this journey in upgrading our animal from candidate membership to full membership.
Okay. So that was the presentation. Do we have representatives of MESANG? Arti, are we expecting someone?
Yes. There is someone, like there's a MSAC representative in the Zoom currently. I don't know if you can open mics and camera.
So,
Yeah, present.
Perfect, thank you. So we're gonna collect 4 questions as for all the other ones, and you have 3 minutes to answer after we collect all of them. So who wants to ask a question? Please raise your hands. I'm gonna wait a couple of seconds for everyone to be able to raise their hands. Okay, I can only see a question from AMSA Austria, so we'll take that one first.
AMSA Austria, Lucy, thank you very much for your presentation. Our question relates once more to non-medical students. Are there any non-medical students at the 3 universities which you represent? And if so, do you include them and involve them in your activities? Yeah, I'll type it in the chat.
Okay, so this is the only question we have. You can answer that, and if there's more time, you can ask for more questions. You have the floor. Mzank, you can, yeah. So also, can you write your question now? And please write it faster in the future before asking. Okay. Are there non-medical students in your local committees, and do you involve them, and how?
Okay, thank you, AMSA Austria, for your question. Regarding having non-medical students participating in our events, we do have, because our events are open to non-medical students, but it depends on the kind of topic we have. For example, in public health, if we're attending village checkups, obviously they're going to be just specific to medical students. However, also upon the recommendation from IFMSA, we changed our bylaw by having an extraordinary GA, which we opened up the space instead of having just 100% medical students in the bank. So now we opened up to 10% chance for non-medical students to be involved and apply to Mustang. Furthermore, in the future, if we see more involvement from non-medical students, we are obviously open up to changing our bylaw as it's up for change. Thank you.
Okay, we have about 2 more minutes for questions. Are there any other questions? Yeah. I'm supposed to have a follow-up, but
yes, AMSA Austria. Thank you for your answer. This is not a follow-up as much as a different question. You are working on becoming SCORI active. Could you tell us a bit more about the research directions which your SCORI exchanges will be taking place in?
And there is then in Brazil as well.
Yes, hi, can I?
Yep.
Okay. Hi, good morning or afternoon or whatever for every one of you. I just would like to ask Sang, why do you believe that you have to upgrade for a full membership rather than an associate membership? Thank you.
Okay. I think this is a very procedural question that should technically be answered by the EP or the CCC or someone. But I'm gonna let you answer, and then they can also clarify the procedures why you are applying for full membership rather than associate membership in this case. But you have 2 minutes for the 2 questions.
Okay, thank you again, AMSA Austria, for the question. Currently, we're working on activating SCORI exchanges. The NORI is currently talking with the university, since one of the universities have basically an institute just for research. So we're currently in contact with it, and if I'm not mistaken, I'll follow up on it and to confirm that we have already been getting one of the projects, or I think maybe 2, and maybe it has been already sent to the supervising boards of SCORI. As for Denim Brazil question, as we mentioned previously, our history in IFMSA, when we first joined, we joined as candidates of Turkmesic, and we were applying in August meeting 2019 in Taiwan to become associate member. However, due to previous interpretation by the CCP to 2017 Tanzania meeting, we were deemed invalid, and the only option for us to join again through IFMSA was to receive a standing invitation. So we had to withdraw our candidature before we could present, and then we went through the standing invitation procedure. As we previously said, we got 2/3 majority, and in March meeting 2020 in Rwanda, we presented our candidature, and as standing invitation says, after we do it, it proceeds to full membership.
Okay, thank you. We still have about 40 seconds for questions. If you have any follow-ups, well, not follow-ups, if anyone else has a question. Okay. So I suppose the answer to the full rather than associate membership thing we can answer tomorrow during the president sessions when you can have that Q&A on what is the process with standing invitations. For now, we are gonna proceed with the next one, but they partially answered. So I'm so curious.
Kyrgyzstan is a Central Asian country with incredible...
Sound good? I think it should be.
Oh, good.
Okay, we are gonna go on.
Kyrgyzstan is a Central Asian country with incredible natural beauty, breathtaking mountains, lakes, and friendly people. Kyrgyzstan shares borders with China, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, and Tajikistan. Kyrgyzstan has a population of about 6.5 million people. The two official languages are Kyrgyz and Russian. Kyrgyzstan has 7 administrative regions, the capital of which is Bishkek. In regards to the healthcare situation in Kyrgyzstan, non-communicable diseases, or NCDs, are estimated to account for 83% of all deaths, which means most of these deaths could have been avoided with proper awareness. In Kyrgyzstan, the likelihood of premature death has increased due to NCDs. According to WHO's data, 6,300 lives in Kyrgyzstan can be saved by 2025 by implementing all of the WHO best buys, such as setting national targets and keeping control over unhealthy habits, like tobacco and alcohol usage, unhealthy eating, and sedentary lifestyle. This inspired us to form an organization because we wanted to start creating awareness from the student level to help our country lead a healthy lifestyle. AMSA KG has been formed to represent the medical students of Kyrgyzstan, both locally and internationally. We have the vision to develop students as global leaders in healthcare and aim to build strong relationships locally and globally, motivating one another and gaining exposure through projects and activities, exchange programs, academic growth, cooperation, and partnerships. AMSA KG is officially registered and affiliated with the Law and Justice Ministry of Kyrgyzstan, and we are also looking forward to our affiliation with the Health Ministry of Kyrgyzstan. As for the structure of our NMO, our executive board consists of a president, 6 vice presidents, and vice president secretaries, with the general secretary as the lead. There are currently a total of 5 national officers, with 1 for each standing committee. Soon after we became candidate members, we started working on activating standing committees. We already activated SCORA, SCORP, SCOF. We are also in the process of activating SCOMI and SCOPI. Our SCORA activities have included an awareness program on HIV to remove stigmatization and raise awareness and education in society and healthcare professionals, a social media campaign which focused on the PCOS awareness in the society, a webinar on the effects of COVID-19 on both maternal and child health to educate our future healthcare professionals, an awareness campaign for World Breastfeeding Week to build awareness regarding the overall importance of breastfeeding and its proper technique. Our SCOME activities have included arranging a guest lecture for World Heart Day on the topic cardiac health to address the ever-increasing incidence of non-communicable cardiac diseases in Kyrgyzstan. We organized a medical boot camp to improve the clinical practical skills of our medical students. As for SCOF, on World Suicide Day, SCOF KG organized a poster competition on the topic What to Do to Maintain Your Mental Health, to make students and other people aware of World Suicide Day and to promote different ways in which they can maintain their mental health. For SCORP, AMSA KG aimed to teach our members about medical management in disasters and the steps to recover from the disasters. SCORP AMSA KG participated in an inter-regional collaboration campaign. SCORP AMSA KG also participated in the social media campaign, along with CAS MSA Kazakhstan, AMSA Philippines, and IFMSA Egypt. As for SCORA, on the occasion of World Sexual Health Day, SCORP KG, in collaboration with SCORA KG, organized a social media campaign. Our significant future activities include panel discussion on bioethics, webinar on gender-based abortion in Kyrgyzstan, awareness campaign on World Immunization Week, and General Assembly. Our annual budget includes all projected incomes and expenditures. Being a nonprofit organization, our income sources consist of membership fees, partnerships, and sponsorships, awarded grants, and other contributions. We are working on collaborations with other local NGOs, such as Student Network Organization Kyrgyzstan, Helvetas, etc. AMSA KG is also looking forward to collaborating with WHO and UN country offices. By AMSA KG joining IFMSA as a full member, there will be more active and dedicated countries that open doors to more partnerships, creating more opportunities, leading to a more positive impact that empowers change in our local and global health. Together, we can make great things happen. Please vote for AMSA KG. Thank you.
So do we have representatives of AMSA KG here?
Yes, I'm here.
Perfect. Welcome. Do we have questions for them? For questions, as for everyone else, please raise your hands if you want to ask a question. And unless I choose you, it would be not great if you type your questions in chat earlier. But okay, so we only have 4, so you can all type your questions. I have AMSA Poland, then AMSA Gambia, then AMSA Austria, then AMEM France. AMSA Gambia, AMSA Austria, and AMEM France.
So can I go now, or
yep, you can go.
Okay, IFMSA Poland, I have the question, so I'll just send it. Thank you for your presentation. What have been the biggest obstacles you had to face since getting candidate membership? Thank you.
Okay, AMSA Gambia.
Thank you so much for that incredible presentations. I have 2 questions. What have been your greatest achievements so far, and also what is the sustainability plan of your NMO?
Austria.
So Austria, Lucy. Yes, thank you for your presentation from my side as well. Our question was, what sponsorships have you gotten so far, and what are your rules and regulations regarding sponsors? It's also in the chat.
And AMEM France.
Yes, hello, it's Juliette from AMEM France. Thank you for your presentation, and I wanted to know if you were planning to gather other local committees from the other universities in your country. Thank you.
Okay, so you have 3 minutes to answer the questions in any order you want. Let us know when you want to start.
So can I start?
Yep.
Thanks for your question, Poland. So, since getting candidate membership, we feel that we think that COVID-19 was the major issues for all of the NMOs. So being remote, it was hard to get our activities reached to our local population and also to students. Like organizing and planning was sometimes hard because of some technical issues, and the obstacles we were facing that we have almost overcome was about language barrier between local and international medical students in Kyrgyzstan. But equal efforts from both sides have helped us to overcome this.
Yeah.
Answering to the second question, we feel that like our proudest achievement is yet to come, which would definitely be the full member status of IFMSA. But as of now, creating a positive change and impacting lives of people in Kyrgyzstan in a positive way with tireless efforts to provide better healthcare and medical professionals to the society. And like in terms of biggest achievement, we could say like getting candidate membership in the last term and getting registered in the Law and Justice Ministry of Kyrgyzstan. So I think those were kind of biggest achievement for us. Yeah, regarding sponsorship, like till the date. AMSA-KG has been able to sign memorandum of understanding with potential sponsors such as Amboss, Lecturio, and consultancies like ISM Edutech. And we do have some local sponsors like tours and travels companies and um, auditoriums, etc. Um, So this sponsor usually help us to organize our activities in more better way and like so. Um, next question regarding involvement of local committees. Uh, like we would we I mean, AMSA-KG is already composed of local member organization, which consists of bona fide medical students from different medical schools of Kyrgyzstan. At present, AMSA-KG represents 250 members, and from five full member local committees from 20 different registered medical schools of AMSA Kyrgyzstan, and more two local councils from different medical schools are under the process of our membership. And our membership and development department is constantly working on approaching remaining medical schools too. So we
Thank
hope.
you. Do you want to hear more time? Hopefully everything was answered. If you have further questions, you hear president sessions tomorrow. Now we're gonna go to the last one, which is RMC Afghanistan. So I'm going to play their video, but RD Asia Pacific Matthew is going to narrate this. So for membership applications, it is possible for someone else, someone from the regional team, to present for the NMOs themselves. So in this case, it's going to be Matthew. Just going to double check that I hear the video. Matthew, you here?
Yes, I'm here. So
now, just to be clear, there is no sound. So Matthew is going to be the only one speaking. I'm sorry, Matthew. Sorry, but because of the sound issues, I need to clarify. Okay, I'm going to start again, and you can go. Sorry.
So hi everyone, my name is Matthew, the Regional Director for Asia Pacific for this term, and I'm here presenting the candidature on behalf of our RMSA Afghanistan, as they have some internet connectivity issues and are not able to upload their video with audio. So RMSA Afghanistan is representing the country of Afghanistan with the official name of Islamic Republic of Afghanistan, and the capital is Kabul, and in total their country has nearly 30 million inhabitants, and their official languages are Dari and Pashto. So as you can see in the top right, there is the official flag of Afghanistan. The black represents the occupation of foreigners, the red represents the blood of freedom fighters, and the green represents freedom and Islam. So Afghanistan is located in Central Asia. So to the west, there's Iran, to east, there's Pakistan, to north, there's Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, and Turkmenistan, and in the northeast, there's China. So as for the education system, the modern educational system was introduced at the end of the 19th century by the Afghan government and combined traditional Islamic teaching with a modern curriculum. In 1935, education was declared universal, compulsory, and free. And moving on for the health system. So since 2002, the government has made considerable progress in increasing access to healthcare services. And though the healthcare sector faced many challenges in the past 4 years, the Ministry of Public Health continues to move Afghanistan forward. So some of these achievements including reforming and structuring the health system with a public-private mix orientation, developing health policy and strategies in 2005 to 2009, expanding the basic package of health services to 77% in 2005 and growing, and developing capacity for the Central Ministry of Public Health for coordinating and managing donor funds. So, waiting for the next slide, sorry. So about RMSA Afghanistan, they are a current candidate member of IFMSA and has been since March meeting 2020. And it is initially started by the current president, Ahmad Niazi, which brought together medical students from universities of the Herat province. And now the association established offices in many other different provinces and now is currently represented in more than 21 provinces. So as for their standing committee, they have public health, medical education, research exchanges, human rights and peace, professional exchanges, and SCORA, and they're working hard to activate every single one of them. So for public health, they have an eye screening program, which is a long-term 5-year program that has been started since the inception of their organization. They have a lot of COVID-19 specific related applications and infection awareness campaigns, both for medical students and the public. And they also have activities related to NCDs such as cancer, breast cancer, and and the most notably, they have a 5-year program that's in progress relating to air pollution. And finally, for SCORE, they have another 5-year program that's long-term about menstrual hygiene for girls. And this is one of their flagship programs that they're most proud of, especially dealing with such a taboo topic in their country. As for medical education, they have many clinical examination videos that they developed in-house, as well as ECG classes and interactive medical cases web application for medical students in Afghanistan to use. And as for their research exchanges committee, they have research and academic writing workshops, a medical magazine, and various different projects to train and hone the research skills of individual medical students as well. As for their professional exchanges committee, they're gaining official recognition from various medical colleges and universities and signing MOUs with them to open up the possibility of professional exchanges in their country. So as you can see from this past year, they've made tremendous strides and showed immense growth in the NMO development. And with full membership, RMSA will be able to further learn from our federation by opening more doors for intercultural and cross-boundary learning, and to develop their medical students and medical student organization in Afghanistan with the hopes of improving health in the community and nation. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Matthew, as well for narrating this. I'm gonna assume that they are not here in the call, so we will need to collect questions for them. So raise your hands and I'm gonna go with questions. Okay, IFMSA Kurdistan. And I'm exhausted. Mr. Kyrgyzstan speaking.
Mr. Kyrgyzstan, I already asked in the chat, how can you ensure equal gender representation?
Okay, thank you. And I'm Austria.
And Austria, actually, we had the same question. So
okay, so that's all for the questions. Good. And we are done with all presentations for membership applications. And the next point is presentations of candidates for hosting the 71st March meeting General Assembly 2022. Just as a point of information, we will be here. Sorry, I had a call, so it interrupted me. So we will be only having this before the break, and then after the break, we will have EB candidatures. So I'm gonna, is there someone from MSA Macedonia here?
Yes,
Perfect.
we are here.
Perfect. Okay, so I'm going to play your video.
Time in the middle of spring.
Sound should be good.
All good.
Okay, perfect. Moving on.
Once upon a time, in the middle of spring, the wind blew and everyone could feel it in their fingers, but also impatience could be felt in the air. There was a group of guys who felt really nervous, but sat there like a drop in an ocean of people. No masks, no distance, one room, one wish, and 1,000 minds wondering, who is it going to be? Believe it or not, it's been years since the last physical GA. A few months later, the same exact group of guys came up with an idea. Let's do the physical GA already. Going crazy over plenary sessions, procedural motions, and invalid credentials all over again. Remember the time when everyone expected to attend the NFDP, but the plenary ended at 2 a.m.? Soon after that, these guys got what they wanted. This is how fairy tales end, isn't it? Or at least what we all hope for. But in this case, it's a little different. This is the introduction of a journey to what could be a fairy tale General Assembly. We wanted to show you just a little glimpse of what could be the perfect GA experience if you put your trust in us. It is about this country located on the Balkans, with the capital city of Skopje and a population around 2 million. On this particular piece of land, the official spoken language is called Macedonian, and the official currency is dinar. Thanks to the great security, you literally never have to worry about your safety. To be exact, we're talking about North Macedonia, known as the Pearl of the Balkan, with the City of Lights as a UNESCO heritage, the wonderful nature, and its breathtaking lake in Ohrid, which is a true landmark in its city itself. So let the journey begin. Firstly, you'll have to register. Registrations are planned to open as early as possible around October 1st, and all deadlines will be determined as per IFMSA bylaws. The early registration deadline will be December 15th, the late January 15th, and the pre-GA deadline on January 5th. Full refund cancellations will be available until January 31st, 50% refund until February 7th, and substitutions will be acceptable until January 31st. In case some of you need visa to travel to Macedonia, for that, all the documents you would need are the invitation letter, which will be signed by our Dean's office. This adds to the importance and significance of the document, therefore increases the likelihood of you obtaining the visa. Moreover, it is very important to note that Schengen, British, USA, and Canadian citizens do not require a Macedonian visa to enter the country. We'd like to inform you that there are direct flights to Skopje International Airport and Ohrid St. Paul the Apostol Airport, as well as cheap bus fares from these nearby airports. One-stop flights are available almost from every city in the world via Turkish Airlines, Qatar Airlines, and Austrian Airlines. You can find Wizz Air direct flights to almost 27 countries across Europe for the lowest price of 27 euros to an averaging price of 74. OC transportation will be provided from both main airports in North Macedonia. Make yourself feel at home at Metropolis Lake Resort. 4-star resort with 3 interlinked buildings, 800 meters long private beach, landscape garden and pine woods, National Park Galichica in the surroundings, a lake view, exclusively rented only for our MM22. Take a deep breath, relax and enjoy this few seconds in this amazing view. Amazing nature with beautiful lakes, big national parks, mountains, very rich history that goes back as far as 7,000 years BC, with plenty of historic sites, warm and welcoming people, and delicious authentic Macedonian cuisine that you simply must try. If you were wondering, this is what I like to call treasure. Like Earth Lovers, we present you an eco-friendly paper waste-free event. With a recycling bin at every corner, we put waste material to a minimum. Green venue and smoke-free areas, all of them supported by the company Pakum. Each one of you will get a chance to leave a mark in this country by planting trees specific to a region. That will be certainly approved by the Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Water Economy. As medical students, we all know how important physical activity is, and also inner peace. So therefore, a yoga practitioner will await you every morning. Of course, day and night partying is part of the journey that offers you long-lasting memories. This is a thing we certainly know how to do best. Let's keep it adventurous. We offer you a once-in-a-lifetime chance to go paragliding over the legendary site of Ohrid. Hit the road. Now we are visiting Pusho, home of many souls, among which is Tosha Proevsky. For those who like to stay fit, the next destination would be Vodno. Standing at 1,066 meters above sea level, climbing this mountain will give you a hell of a workout. I'll let you be in paradise for the next minute. Okay, here we go to Kokino, the only Bronze Age observatory in the area. Catch me if you can, but I'm going to Kuklitsa, the stone wedding. I'm sure you want to know what that's all about. Meet me in the halfway. Every fairy tale has its evil. Ours was one invisible, deadly witch. After years of chasing, the witch caught us with her broom. The time has come. The force is with us. Here we go fighting back. The positive mind goes positive life, but let's keep COVID-19 negative. This is the situation nowadays on our territory. For this amazing fairy tale to be truly perfect, we need financial stability. We managed to keep with the affordable, lower prices of the registration fees, as you can see here. Even with minimum and maximum budget, we are able to maintain financial stability. Having long-term sponsors that have always supported us in all our activities, we have no doubt we will receive assistance in any of our needs. What we would like to emphasize here is the OC Travel Assistance Fund, which is planned to be at least 3,000 euros. Any extra funding which we expect to receive would go into increasing this budget. So, mirror, mirror on the wall, who is the next GA host? As fairy tales end.
That was very emotional, to say the least. Now, we're gonna have questions for them. So, because it's 5 minutes for the just gonna double check, but it should be. Yep, it's 5 minutes for host candidates. We have 6 questions. Okay, let's take all questions and you can go slowly by answering them. So first up, homesick, then medicine Sudan, then comes up Cameroon, then IFMSA Poland, and then Brazil, and then comes Gambia.
So I guess I can start. Hello, Helmsik Grace here. Thank you for your presentation and all the efforts during the previous year. Well, we observed that all these images and plans that totally remind us the old GAs before the pandemic. But which are your predictions regarding COVID-19 and what are your alternative plans in order to accommodate any current need during 2022? Thank you. I can write it down, sorry.
Yes, please. Okay, medicine Sudan.
Hello, this is Sudan. Thank you for your presentation. What I want to ask is, can you elaborate more on the visa process? And first, can you ensure an electronic visa process? Because most of the African region countries do not have the Macedonia embassy there. So how will you ensure that no rejections happens within the visa process? And if the e-visa process is possible, please elaborate on that. Thank you so much. And I will write the question.
Thank you. Kamsa Cameron.
Thank you for your presentation. I've typed my questions on the chat and they are basically on the same line like medicine Sudan. So we wanted to find out, knowing that there's only one embassy in Egypt for the whole of the African continent and known in the IFMSA African region, and knowing the problem that this region is mostly affected with visa rejection and failure of participation and a lot of debt due to visa. So what are the plans of the OC in regard to those specific countries?
Okay, FMC Poland.
FMSC Poland, I'll just send the question now. So, and thank you for your presentation. It was really nostalgic, emotional. But my question is, in the event of COVID-19 autumn or maybe even spring 2022 wave, I'm sorry to be such a downer, but we have to consider that as well. I was curious if you have thought of any safety measures or vaccinated delegates only measures, or have you talked to your government about predictions? I know it's hard to predict already, but maybe you have had some thoughts about this possibility that the COVID will not go away completely. Thank you.
Okay, so we're gonna go with these questions. Just, did you catch all of them? Can you read all of them on the screen?
Hello, everyone. So we're gonna start with the questions, right?
Yep. Can you read all of them? You got all of them? You got 5 minutes to answer. If you have more time, we'll ask for more questions. But for now, it's 5 minutes. You have the floor.
Okay. First of all, thank you all for giving us the possibility to be here to talk with you, and thank you for your questions and your intentions. So first of all, Helmsik Greece, about your questions, our predictions regarding the COVID-19 and what are the alternative plans in order to accommodate any current need during 2022. So unfortunately, we can't tell how the COVID pandemic will end, when it will end, and any possibility is open. But as past, I mean, the current online GA should have been held in Macedonia. So we have worked during the past year with the government. We have worked with different ministries. So we have talked with them and we got their help. So we hope that the pandemic will end and we all of the NMOs, of IFMSA, I think we all hope that this thing will end as soon as possible, and we'll try to do our best. We can only assure you that we'll have the best of us giving you monthly updates over the transport, the travel ban, if the COVID pandemic, it's not a kind of end, but we hope that we can travel and we will have the opportunity to travel more freely between countries as at the end of this year or even earlier. So we hope for the best, but we prepare for the worst. So we are in constant contact with our government and our ministries of health and of internal affairs and external affairs. So that's the only thing that we can assure you, that we're gonna tell you the truth as soon as we have any kind of news. About Medicine Sudan, will you rejections happen? And so about the e-visa process, I don't think we have e-visa, unfortunately, but we have spoken with our ministry of
External
Affairs, yes, about the possibility to send documents to gain visa. I mean, it's kind of send the passports and all the needed document in order to receive a visa, a valid visa to enter. We know that it will be difficult for animals from all around Africa. I think it was the only embassy was in Egypt, right? For the whole Africa continent. Yes, so we have spoken with them and we agreed to find the solutions in order for animals and animal delegations to send documents by the post, yes, in order to receive visa. So it's not kind of an e-visa, but it's an easiest way, and you will not have to go to the embassy in Egypt. Sudan, Cameroon, I think it's the same question. If I'm wrong, you can also rewrite a question, but I think that Cameroon and Medicine Sudan, it was pretty much the same question. And I have to say Poland, in the event of COVID autumn wave or etc., are there safety measures, vaccinated, only measure plan? As we answer the first question, we cannot know how the COVID-19 pandemic will end. But we have already spoken as past OC with IFMSA, with IFMSA EB, with Gabriela, and we have already elaborate and find solutions with EB for the GA that had to be done in Macedonia, in Ohrid, this online GA. We have find few options with I think that with only few members of each delegation, we have find other options as well. So we're gonna see. We have plenty of ideas, but we are pretty optimistic, as we wish to say, that we will be able to organize a physical GA without any kind of problems by next March 2022. I think
there is no more time. Thank you for your answers. Yep, you went overboard. So thank you for your presentation and your answers to the questions. If anyone has further questions, you know how to contact them and ask them. But
thank you much. Thank you very much.
In the plenary, that would be all. And we are done with the agenda point presentations of candidates for hosting 71st March meeting General Assembly, and the next one would be EB. Before we go with the EB, we're gonna go with our scheduled break of 20 minutes. And so go like this. Wait until now it's 14:10 GMT, so it will be 14:30 GMT. We will, at 14:30, we will immediately proceed with EB presentations, and we will go as the order is in Article 5, so President first and BPA candidates and so on. But just so everyone's aware, for the candidates, please inform them to be here if they want to answer live. If not, we'll be sending them the questions. Okay, so break for 20 minutes. And yes, we will record presence with the roll call again on the vote.
Okay, we will start with the roll call.
Okay, I will be recording the roll call now on NEMA vote.
Yeah, so please connect into NEMA vote so that the secretary team can see that you are present.
Some NMOs are connecting now, so I suggest we give just 1 minute for them to connect.
Yeah. Let's see.
Okay, I'm going to be taking the roll call now. Please make sure that you're connected to NEMA vote.
Let's wait for 30 seconds so that people can rejoin.
Okay.
But yeah, we will record the roll call now. Okay, perhaps we can go for it, Omar, whenever you want.
Okay, recording now. Okay, now recording NMOs with voting rights.
Apologies for coming in late. I was asked for an urgent consultation. So we're going to be proceeding now. Omar, did you do the roll call?
Yeah.
I'm finalizing it just now, just a few seconds.
Okay, perfect. I'll stop screen share this.
Okay, the roll call has been recorded whenever you're ready.
Okay. So I was asked first for a speakers list before we move on to EB candidatures. Whoever wants to be on the speakers list, please raise your hand. Okay, Fasimir, Romania. Anyone else? Okay, you can go then. Romania, you can go.
Yes, thank you, Nebosha. We're going to read a statement regarding all the candidatures that are going to happen today for the EB and interim LOSO. So, dear IFMSA family, dear NMOs, we are making this statement in order to bring a little explanation on the fact that FSMR Romania is supporting Berkehan Erkilic for his candidature as interim LOSO 2020-2021. We will start with the background information. FASMR Romania and Termsic Turkey have always had a fruitful professional relationship and, dare I say, friendship. When the call for the interim LOSO 2020-2021 was opened, the current IFMSA capacity building development assistant Berkehan Erlikic started to prepare for running for this position. Unfortunately, because of some internal bureaucracy problems, Termsic was unable to sign the candidature form for Berke. Shortly after this, we were contacted by Berke and we discussed the possibility of us supporting him. I need to mention that discussions were conducted with the NMO president of TermSIC at that time as well, and he assured us that all their NMO members are in agreement with FASMR supporting their member for a TO position. We went further on this and starting with January 25th, Berke was voted and named honorary member of FASMR Romania. Accordingly, Berkeham became a full member of our delegation for March meeting 2021, being involved in all the activities and decisions made before and during this online GA. By means of this, we want to highlight that what our federation stands for, that people have freedom of association. IFMSA has no qualms for as long as a person has animal support for accountability. We would like to emphasize the fact that Berkehan was elected as an honorary member due to his extensive work in both the SCORP IT and SCORP CBDA between 2019 and 2020, and also in the CBIT in this ongoing term. Moreover, we feel like his work ethics and vision is in complete alignment with the one of FASMR Romania, and of our members, and we consider that he is a perfect addition to our team. As our motto states, împreună facem diferența, which means together we make a difference, we strongly believe that the NMOs should merely take into consideration the motivation, vision, and ideas a candidate presents in front of everyone, not the NMO which supports them. Thus, we encourage everyone to reflect on the candidatures presented today and make an objective decision that will be in favor of our federation as a whole. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, FASMR Romania. And now we're gonna proceed with EB candidatures. So the first one, as I said, will be candidate for president. Amin, are you here?
Yes, I am. Thank you so much.
Perfect. I'm not sharing sound, am I? Right, you can see why.
Dearest IFMSA family, today I am very proud to be standing before you in our 70th March meeting and our second online General Assembly. This GA that has been a proof of our strength and our resilience, and that nothing can stop us from working towards our vision and mission and from empowering medical students worldwide. And I, Amin Yousfeli from the Souk, Algeria, am extremely honored to be presenting to you my candidature as I am running for the next IFMSA president. My motivation is from the members and my plan of action is for the members. And here are my plans for the next term.
To the IFMSA president's position, I have a vision and a mission that I believe can be achieved through these 6 pillars. First being the leadership and empowerment, as the leadership should be a balance between taking strong stances and positions when necessary, as well as being open to feedback, input, and collaboration to ensure accountability and transparency. Starting with the executive board, I will first work on regularizing the EB working framework that is currently taking 50% of the time and the energy of the EB members. 2, EB meetings that should be transparent, outcomes-oriented, as well as optimized in time and duration. 3, EB mental health that should be protected, prioritized, and supported, as well as ensuring other tasks as IFMSA president. As per the team of officials, the leadership should be through communication, transparency, and collaboration, as well as through capacity building and support to ensure that the team of officials is aware of all the details, procedures, and documents that they should know of to ensure a strong and proper planning of the next term. As per the NMOs, I think that their input and voice should be heard and implemented in all the decision-making of the Federation that should be transparent at all costs, in addition to supporting the daily communication with NMOs, both outside and inside the General Assemblies. 2, planning and sustainability. Now that we're working on the IFMSA Strategy 2021-2024, I will actively participate in this process as President-elect, as well as being the link between the EB and the EB-elect in order to ensure proper transmission of this information to the team of officials once they are elected, so that they use the IFMSA strategy as a guiding document in the planning of the next term and in their annual working plans. As per the NMOs, we will work on creating a regular framework to report and evaluate our strategy so that they are all aware of the progress of the next strategy. And speaking of the IFMSA strategy, I believe that the administration, and more specifically the Secretariat, should play a pivotal role in this strategy, especially after the latest updates that we heard. And now we have the experience, we have the knowledge that is required to establish a sustainable Secretariat after these previous terms. This is why this is something that we will work on in the upcoming term, and this will not only support the sustainability of the Federation, but also the sustainability of the finances through expanding the Secretariat and looking for new opportunities. 3, activities and impact, and especially the global priorities, where I will have the opportunity to work on 2 proposals. First, as President-elect, where I will actively give my input and ensure that the input of the EB-elect is heard. And second, as President, where I will make sure to propose a strong document after conducting consultations with all relevant stakeholders. 4, IFMSA meetings. Our General Assemblies are the highlight of everyone's term. This is why a smooth collaboration between the EB and the OC is needed, and I will also reopen the discussion of the reform of the GA, especially now that we have more experience on the online management of these meetings. And this also applies on the team of officials meetings that should be outcomes oriented and where the TO is included in the progress and the process from beginning to end. 5, legacy and connections. We have been blessed this term to have the support of alumni, HLMs, and board of recommendation in the management of the Federation to the COVID-19 pandemic, and I will continue on the same work in the upcoming term, as well as exploring new opportunities for stronger links and easier and more sustainable platforms of communication. Finally, the COVID-19 pandemic has given us a huge experience and knowledge that should not go to waste. I think that we should gather all of this knowledge in creating stronger, more sustainable frameworks and mechanisms for the Federation and to ensure streamlined processes for the online management of the Federation should it ever be needed, either the upcoming term or in other future terms if a global crisis hit our world in the future.
I cannot end this video without thanking each and every member that have inspired me through my IFMSA journey, as I believe that the IFMSA should be a safe space for all medical students to advocate for medical education, public health, human rights and peace and SRHR, and professional research exchange, and everything in between. And if I get elected, I commit myself to working for each and every member out there, to experience, to grow, and to act. Thank you so much.
Okay, that was presentation by Amin for President. Now Amin is here present with us, so he will be answering questions live. As he is the only candidate, we do not have to have someone else escorted. So for questions, as for EB candidates, we have 3 minutes. I'll let you raise your hands and choose randomly. Okay, as for all candidates, you can always contact them. They all leave their contact information. So I'm gonna go with IFMSA NL, IFMSA Czech Republic, IFMSA Egypt, and IFMSA Iraq.
Okay, dankjewel. Bram moet zo eventjes iets zeggen, dus het
can I start?
Yep.
Okay. First of all, thank you for your candidature. You already mentioned quite a few plans that you want to do as president-elect. How are you planning on combining your work as the current VP, PRC, and being president-elect? I'll send it in the chat as well.
Yep, IFMSA Czech Republic.
Hi, thank you for your candidature. And I would like to ask you, what was your biggest accomplishment and the biggest failure during your term as a VP-PRC?
Yep, IFMSA Egypt.
Thank you, Amin, for your candidature. IFMSA Egypt has 3 questions. First of all, given your experience as EB for this year, what, in your opinion, are the 2 biggest challenges or processes or bodies that need revision within IFMSA, apart from the secretariat issues? The second question would be what specific measures you would take to preserve the mental health of TO and IT, since this is something that you highly emphasize. So we'd like you to mention, give us example on what particular measures you would be taking. And the last question would be...
IFMSA Egypt, sorry, but we have a lot of questions, so 2 is like really the max. It's you going overboard, but let's keep it at 2 if anyone gets this. And please write it in chat, and we have IFMSA Iraq.
Okay, thank you, Amin, for your great presentation. You have mentioned that you want to further explore hybrid events as a sustainable solution to build back from the pandemic. How is this going to be implemented this term? Is there any clear strategy? And I will send it in the chat. Thank you.
Okay, just let us get the questions on the slides. And you can start answering. So,
thank you so much. Thank you all for all your questions. So I will start with the question of IFMSA-NL. Thank you so much for this question. I think that it is, first, let me say that it's a very interesting question. I think that maybe I would consider this as an advantage, then maybe a negative point, since being in the EB currently, I will be easily involved, let's say, in linking between the EB and the EB elect, whether it's in the making, let's say, or giving input in the strategy, as I mentioned, whether it's in the coordination of the handover with the current president. It will also allow me to give, let's say, an internal handover with the EB elect through my experience of this year and what I experienced as EB member. However, in terms of combining the work, I will not say that it will be the easiest thing to do. I will not lie to you. I have been in this situation last year as I was in an international team as well as VPPRC elect. It has been challenging at some times, for example, in the general assemblies, maybe also when we were invited to the team officials meetings, but we managed to I managed to combine both. And I think that this year it will be an easier process because, like, as I mentioned, it will be an advantage to be actually on the ground and to have access to all the information needed from the EB so that I can transmit it to the EB elect. So I hope that I hope that will ease the process of the handover and everything that's going to happen in the second half of the term. As per the question of IFMSA Czech Republic, thank you so much for that question. So my biggest accomplishment and the biggest failure during my term as VPPRC, that's also a very interesting question. Thank you so much, IFMSA Czech Republic. So my biggest accomplishment, I don't know what to name. I wouldn't say maybe this is the biggest, but one of the things that have touched me the most during this term is that last year in MM, when I was presenting my candidature for VPPRC, I was asked by one of the NMOs, and I remember it was AMSA Austria, asking me about accessibility of PRC capacity building. And at that very moment when I was responding, I had a vision of creating a new online capacity building workshop. And then now, 1 year later, we have already did that workshop, facilitated, had the graduation. It was a very, very amazing process. And I remember when we opened the call, I got very emotional. I remember that moment in MM20. So maybe that would be one of the things that have really marked my memory of this term. As of my failures, I don't think I should name this a failure, but I would acknowledge that, of course, I had shortcomings just like anyone else. I think one of the things that maybe should be improved and that falls under my task description would be to work on the exchanges database. We had, unfortunately, a lot of obstacles in this term, and we should have already started the process of working on the exchanges database and maybe even finalize it by now. But unfortunately, because of the obstacles, we were not able to finalize it or even have like a great evolution of the project. So
thank you. I mean, that would be 3 minutes.
3
Sorry.
Already.
Yep, already. So thank you for your answers and your questions. That will be all for this. If you want to contact Amin, you know how to do that. This is encouraged for all candidates, not just Amin, so that you're all aware as well. It's impossible to ask all questions right now. We're going to move on to the EB candidate for the Vice President for Activities. Sahiba, are you here?
Hi, yes, I'm here.
Okay, perfect. So I'm going to now. This moment. I don't know what that sound is. That's weird.
If you're climbing the ladder of life, you go rung by rung, one step at a time. My journey in IFMSA, from coordinating activities to judging and organizing an activities fair, has been a wonderful learning curve. In terms from implementing them on ground to judging the intricacies and quality. Every single day, in every single part of this world, innumerable activity coordinators unite to work on engulfing issues and create a world we wish to envision. With this hope and intent, I, Sahiba Maniyar, present to you my candidature for Vice President of Activities, serving also as the Secretary General. But why me? I have contributed in IFMSA for 3 years with 4 General Assemblies, 11 SWGs, 22 activities coordinated and evaluated, and 2 terms in the Programs Week. My experience is fueled by my passion for change and advocacy, my commitment towards my work, and my respect towards the Federation and its members. My priorities for the term include IFMSA programs development, IFMSA impact and evaluation, administration, and value-based functioning of the Executive Board. Addressing the first pillar, I intend to work with NMO representatives, activity coordinators, and IFMSA sustainability of programs. Over the years, we have noticed that there is a considerable gap between the NMOs and programs team, and I intend to bridge it by creating a network of IFMSA national VPAs, by ensuring that there is a communication channel between them, by assisting them with their national framework of activities, and ensuring transparency through the monthly update report of programs. Working with activity coordinators, I intend to increase the number of enrolled and reported activities by simplifying the forms, creating more capacity building opportunities with the PCBDA, and promote activities through 2 Programs Week, a new Facebook page, and collaboration with the RAs. And lastly, IFMSA program sustainability. Citing this at the right term, I intend to develop IFMSA program strategies. I'm working on the SWG on alignment of programs with SDGs. I understand we are completely revolutionizing IFMSA programs. Hence, I intend to modify the available tools and the enrollment and the reported forms and urgently update the IFMSA activities database. Working on IFMSA impact and evaluation, I intend to work on 2 parts, that is the program's impact and the event's impact. For the program's impact, it is very important to develop the program's report to ensure it is more outcome-based. Also train the activity coordinators and the program coordinators on impact assessment and statistics management. For IFMSA events, it is very important to make the evaluation forms more CAP-based, that is, assess the knowledge, activities, attitude, and perspective of the members. Create a specific section in the forms to assess any discrimination, harassment, or unethical practice by an ITPC member, IFMSA official, members, or the OC members, and attach an anonymous form with the same. It is very important to also create the forms and increase the number of forms that we receive and follow up with the HODs for the same. I also intend to create a comparison study between the online and offline events for all future IFMSA activities. Administration. As a Secretary General, ensure that the backlog of certificates is urgently cleared, also collect responses for the NMOs for the same, and coordinate with the officials to issue them as early as possible. As a General Secretariat, ensure to create a coordination between the International Secretariat through monthly OLMs and a visit if possible. Maintain all the archives and ensure that there is a folder that is very easily accessible with all the minutes of the EB and the team. Addressing the most important pillar, it is very important to maintain a value-based functioning of the Executive Board by participating in the day-to-day affairs and all decision-making roles, by assisting the TO in their developments, maintenance of accountability and transparency through a suggestions and grievance form, by ensuring a biannual anonymous feedback form of the ITPC members and the EBTO officials, and ensuring that the ethics and the values of the Federation are maintained within and beyond the Executive Board. I shall work with the plenary team right from the selection to the day-to-day development and ensure a smooth selection process has been taking place. I shall also work with the Executive Board and team of officials on the recommended hybrid method even during an on-ground GA. Being a part of the Executive Board of the largest medical student body is a responsibility of the highest order. It is the ability to represent 1 million voices, billion efforts, and infinite hopes. It is a journey from local to global and a celebration of change. I was painted in green early. rung by rung, brought me to the top of the ladder. It is a surreal moment. Today, it is time I wear colors more than green now, and I cannot be more ready.
Okay, and that was the presentation. I'm going to stop sharing. So now Sahiba is here with us. She can take the questions live. So who would have questions for her? I'm going to wait for a moment. I assume there's a lot of questions. Okay, so in this case, we're going to go with Hamsi, Greece, System, Italy, Ivory Coast, and Amsaki G. I am not entirely sure if candidate members can ask questions, but I suppose every participant can, and you're a participant. So yeah, okay. Amsaki is as well. So that's the four.
Could you please repeat the fourth NMO?
Amsa Kyrgyzstan, Amsa KG. Okay, please make sure you also put your questions in chat. So Hamsi, Greece first.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Sahiba, for your candidature. Can you elaborate a bit more on which is the aim behind the program strategy and what do you plan to include in it? Thank you.
Okay, System, Italy.
Hello, System Italy here. Thank you for your candidature. I wanted to ask you, in your candidature, you barely talked about the COVID impact on activities and on NMOs. Why did you choose not to speak about it, and how would you work on this during your mandate? Thank you.
Okay, Ivory Coast.
Thank you, NHSS Ivory Coast. Currently, the role of the PCBDA is still not reflected within the programs. We would like to know how would you develop it? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Amsa, Kyrgyzstan.
Yeah, so thank you, Sahiba, for your presentation. You mentioned you want to make changes in the enrollment and reporting form. So what will be these changes and how will they benefit IFMSA members?
Okay, can you also type that in chat? All other questions will not be taken. If you want to ask her those questions, feel free to contact Sahiba unless there is more time. But you have 3 minutes for all the questions. Did you get all the questions?
I'm really sorry I lost internet connectivity in the middle. Could you please type the questions from NOHSS Ivory Coast and AMSA Kyrgyzstan?
Okay, and Ivory Coast.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so we have all the questions here now. Can you see them? You can choose any question you want, and you got 3 minutes total for all the questions. Whenever you want.
Okay, so thank you so much for your questions. Beginning with the first question. Program strategy. So programs was started way after the IFMSA programs, IFMSA strategy was made, which meant that we obviously did not have a program strategy at the start. After that, when programs was developing, IFMSA strategies kept updating itself. However, right now, I believe, am I audible?
You're a little bit lower than you were at the start.
Okay, could you please restart? I will.
Yep, I'll restart. If you can like plug in and plug out your headphone jack.
Okay.
Can you speak again?
Now?
Like at the start, when you were starting, it was good, but then it suddenly shifted. So maybe just move around your headphones.
Okay, a little bit. Okay.
Is she good now? Is she audible now properly?
Better now.
Okay.
I'm so sorry.
And can you take the headphones, plug them out and plug them in? Maybe that's a problem.
Can you hear me now?
way better, and we can hear you perfectly now.
Yeah,
So,
so sorry.
okay, I'm gonna restart the timer and you can go.
Okay. So when the FMSA strategies was made, FMSA programs were still not developed. FMSA strategies kept updating itself, but programs were still growing. It's high time right now. We have revolutionized programs completely, and we're going to propose it for the AM. And I cite this as the right opportunity because now that it's a very developed umbrella unit, we have a direction. It's very important to know that we are definitely increasing the number of activities enrolled and reported, but there needs to be a way that we assess that. There needs to be, apart from the program's annual impact report, we need to have a direction, we need to have a vision, and we need to correlate our past with our present to ensure that we are assessing the impact that we make. That is the whole reason why we need an FMS program strategy. The second one, the COVID impact on activities. Yes, we did in 2019 when we made our program's annual impact report. We did have a section which showed how massively activities were impacted. We saw that in one way there was an increase in the number of regional activities, international activities, but on the other way there was also a decrease in the number of impact we made. So there needs to be, once during my EB-Lec term, it would be a very nice opportunity to understand what is the comparison of evaluation of online activities and offline activities, and which mode of evaluation and which activity is actually preferable in which unit. Say in a local population, what is the most preferred unit? For a plenary, what is the most preferred method of an activity? For a capacity building of a particular unit, which is very, very beneficial, and so on. So, but that would only happen once I have access to them in my lecture. Currently, yes, the PGA and the PCBDA are very, very new roles. We're still exploring our roles in the team. The PCBDA, I would like to work on the accessibility, the availability, the quality, and the administration of capacity building opportunities. So number one, increase the online and offline activity management workshops. Number two, have an administration, have regulations for the SMART or the idea to impact activity management workshop. Apart from that, have massive capacity building on with webinars and workshops, and ensure that activity management is a part of all standing committee workshops. I do understand it's a part of AMET and PHLD, but it would be nice to have it as a part of IPAS, NHRMP, HCID, and so on. So that would be the role of a PCBDA, mainly strengthening the capacity building opportunities, which we couldn't in this year because of a lot of strains. Apart from that, lastly, enrollment and reporting form. Yes, mainly enrollment and reporting forms are accessed by our activity coordinators. It is very important to simplify the enrollment and reporting forms, or at least include all the sections and explanations in them. Apart from that, the reporting form currently is measuring a very vague outcome. For example, whether your activity was 80 to 100% successful or 60 to 80% successful. If we have a more crude way of assessing that data, we would get a better way of assessing the impact that FMSA creates. And that is very important, because right now we have a very vague description of activities. And since we are revolutionary with the SDG.
Thank you. You went over 3 minutes now.
With respect to the programs proposal, the programs toolkit, the resources that we have, the enrollment form, the reporting form.
Thank
Yes.
you. So you're done with your 3 minutes. Thank you for joining in. And at the end, you broke a little bit, but it was like the final 5 seconds, so it's okay. Everyone got you. That was the Hiba for VPA. Now we are going to move on with our next candidature. Okay, so for VPF, we have Rajesh Sharma. Rajesh, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Right. So I am gonna play now your candidature.
Dear Plenary team, dear NMOs and IFMC members, greetings. I'm Rajesh Sharma, a fifth year medical student from NMSS Nepal, and I'm here to present you my candidature on IFMC Vice President for Finance, BPF. Well, I started my IFMC journey as an NMO treasurer almost 4 years back, after which I had chance to serve IFMC as fundraising assistant to BPF continuously for 2 terms, that is term 2018-2019 and 2019-2020. During this term, I facilitated numerous workshops and seminars on financial management and fundraising, both nationally and internationally. I coordinated and facilitated August meeting 2019 pre-GA workshop on financial management and administration. I also served NMO management session, a sessions team, and IFMC plenary as secretary assistant. I also served IFMC online general assembly 2020 August meeting as a financial committee member. While working at various positions on IFMC finances, I learned how important the finances and fundraising are for each and every IFMC events. During this time, I was also able to learn how IFMC finances work and how to tackle the problems faced in between. All this have equipped me with the essential skills to help animals in their unique needs. Having served in all these positions motivated me to work more on IFMC finances. Now talking about my plan of actions. Broadly, I have 3 plan of actions, which revolves around managing finances, teamwork, and financial capacity building and sustainability. I have concrete and practicable plan of actions to transform my ideas, knowledge, and skills into actions. Now, I would like to talk about my first plan of action, which is about managing finances. It is a joint effort of IFMC Secretariat, Executive Board, team of officials, and NMOs. I will ensure regular communication between IFMC Secretariat, Executive Board, team of officials, and NMOs to optimize our financial capacity. I will regularly get updates on IFMC incomes and expenses. My next effort will be to professionalize our fundraising and financial management by consulting with other accounting firms, other non-profit organizations, and our past BPF. I will closely work with Supervising Council, Executive Board, Regional Team, and NMOs to know more about the problem our NMOs are facing and empower them so that they can participate in IFMC decision-making process. My second plan is about teamwork. IFMC is known for its teamwork, which is very important to achieve our goals. I will maintain good communication and channel system for any financial request made, which is currently being done by Spendex, and also I will consult with EV if required. I will work with Finance General Assistant and Fundraising Assistant continuously to maintain our fundraising database and publicize them for its use by our NMOs and IFMC members. I, along with Finance team, will coordinate with Regional Finance Assistant and hold regular webinars and training sessions on financial management and administration. My third plan is to increase financial capacity building and sustainability, for which I will have regular communication with General Assembly and Regional Meeting Organizing Committee to have information on how the finances are being managed and facilitate communication with previous meeting hosts so that they can exchange good and bad practices. I'll coordinate with Supervising Council to conduct webinars to give information about tasks of Financial Committee. I served as GA Financial Committee member and found out that adoption of GA Financial Report is very difficult because some documents are missing. To tackle this, I am planning to open a small working group on GA Financial Reporting, which gives the GA Organizing Committee to record and maintain the transactions, receipts, and master sheet. IFMC General Assembly and regional meetings are gatherings where we discuss about our achievements. It also provides a space where our NMOs decide what to do next, thus ensuring participation of each and every NMOs in IFMC decision-making process is very crucial. I will coordinate with Regional Director to assess the status of NMO devs in their region and look for payment plans for each of them. I will diversify financial management and administration workshop and encourage NMO VPF to participate in such workshop. Our ultimate goal is to make each and every NMO financially sustainable, even during the time of pandemic or after the pandemic. With these plans, I'm very confident that I'll be able to transform my ideas, knowledge, and skills into actions. I can dedicate myself to IFMC with all the necessary skills and knowledge to perform the duties as VPF. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
Okay, so that was addresses presentation. As he's here, he's going to take questions live. So what questions do we have for him? Okay, that's a lot. So we're going to go with AMSA Austria, ANM Portugal, FMS Taiwan, and IFMSA Kyrgyzstan. So AMSA Austria, you can begin.
Austria, thank you very much. Our question is there any specific branch of finances within the IFMSA where that requires innovation, and which innovations would you bring there?
Okay. And in Portugal, please any questions in chat.
Okay, and in Portugal, first of all, congratulations on your candidature and thank you for the presentation. We wanted to ask you, in your opinion, what is the biggest obstacle that IFMSA is facing right now regarding finances, and how do you plan to overcome it in the upcoming term? Thank you.
Thank you. FMS Taiwan.
FMS Taiwan, thank you, Rajesh, for your presentation. It is mentioned in your plan of actions that you would like to strengthen the connections with NMO VPFs. And as financial regulations and administrative tasks varies a lot between countries, what are your plans to assemble these VPFs for meaningful communication without adding undesirable workload to NMO VPFs? Thank you.
Okay, and IFMC Kyrgyzstan.
Thank you for your presentation. My question is, do you have any specific plans for the NMOs that are in risk of losing their membership due to debt? Thank you.
Okay, perfect. So you have, as everyone else, 3 minutes. You may choose any of the 4 questions. It is your right, but you have 3 minutes for all of them.
Thank you so much for your questions. So I'd like to first start with AMS Austria, an innovation to bring in fundraising. So I think I'm gonna do the webinars to all the NMO VPF, coordinating with the regional team and the fundraising teams, which will enable all the NMOs to have knowledge and skills related to the fundraising and financial management in their NMO, which I think it's currently not being done. So my major, I don't say it's a kind of innovation, but my major plan is to tackle the COVID-19 situation and the financial instability it is bringing to all the NMOs by doing some kind of webinars on fundraising and financial management to all the BPFs by the team, by coordination with different regional teams. And about question of ANEM Portugal, the biggest obstacle we currently have, I think apart from COVID-19, the biggest obstacle we have, I think it's about the adoption of the financial GA reports, which we have currently seen in our NMO servers. So to overcome that, I'm planning to work on a small working group on GA financial reporting, which gives ideas on how to maintain the transactions and receipts in the master sheet so that it will be easier for the financial committee members to assess them and then do all the works related to it on time, which enables the GA organizing committee or which enables the reports to be implemented in the General Assembly. And the question related to FMS Taiwan. Yeah, I think it's it will be the great work with all the regional teams and with all the fundraising assistants, the team really working closely with BPF to have a connection with all the NMO BPF so that we can tackle the situation, the financial instability the COVID-19 has imposed to all of our NMOs, so that we can work together. I think it won't be for much workload to us if we work together on it. And next, the question by IFMSA Kyrgyzstan. Oh, okay, so for this, we are gonna work with the regional team, regional directors, and then we assess how what are the problems the NMOs are currently facing and what are the obstacles that prevented them to pay the NMO debt, and we will work on it. Like we'll try to solve the problem if it's related to skills and other management skills of fundraising and financial management.
Your time is up. So And that was all for address for the VPF position. Thank you for your presentation and participating in the live Q&A. So next up, we have, I think it's 2 candidates for VPE, as we did not have anyone applying for VPM. Now, before we proceed with this, so Ines and Abdullah, are you both here?
Yes, I'm here. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Yes, I'm here as well.
Okay, so this information is going to be the same for the APCB candidates and for LOSO candidates. So I hope all the candidates are either here or listening carefully. So in the BIOS paragraph 387, it says that, I'm going to read it for everyone. If there is more than one candidate for the position, the order of presentation is decided by the chairperson. During the presentation of the candidate, the other candidates for the same position have to leave the room and are not allowed to spectate and or listen or get informed of the presentation by any means. Now, normally we would just escort you out and that will be it. But now we don't have this option, so we will be taking you to breakout rooms. But in order to not go into, I will call it very childish behaviors of someone trying to cheat or something like that, and like us being school teachers and making sure that you're looking in a corner or something and you don't have any electronic devices, please respect this. This has been an advice from NMOs from last term that they want to have live Q&As, and this is our way of providing that. In the past, we were afraid of this sort of process where we cannot respect 387. So if one of the returning officers or whoever is in charge of the breakout rooms says that the candidates are not respecting this, well, we will unfortunately have to stop live Q&A for those multiple candidatures. So this is in the best interest of the NMOs and the candidates to have live Q&A. So please, let's all behave nicely for this. So Ines is going to be first. So we're going to take Abdallah to breakout room. So I just need to assign you. And sorry, this might take just a moment. Blanca, who's going with them in the breakout room?
Any of the 2 returning officers, well, we have 3, but Fatima or Kenneth will be nice. They will be up to.
Okay, I am gonna have Kenneth go with Abdallah. Okay, please go to the breakout room, to the view. And once they go, I'm gonna prepare a candidature. Okay, they are in the breakout room.
My name is Maria Francisco Viva, and I'm happy to be with you.
Okay, so I'm gonna play the candidate now.
Hello everyone, I'm happy to be with you here today sharing my love towards external affairs advocacy and youth empowerment. My name is Maria Francisco Viva and I'm a final year medical student from Portugal who has worked a lot on external affairs for the past years, either on a local, national and now international level as external affairs regional assistant for Europe. I've also taken part in IFMSA policy documents, IFMSA small working groups, IFMSA policy commissions and attended several external meetings such as AMI conference and WHO regional committee session for Europe. My plan of action was drafted taking into account my vision, my mission and my values, and these are my pillars: leadership and coordination, breaking the silence in external affairs, education and empowerment, and the sustainable development goals. About leadership and coordination, being an executive board member, I'll be available and support my team and always open to feedback. Being a VPE, it implies that I'm the main responsible for both LO's team and external affairs IT. So I'll enhance the collaboration between these two teams, and at the same time enhance the collaboration between LOs and RDs and LOs and standing committee directors. With regards to regional directors, I want to create a specific communication channel to support them in external affairs. affairs. All of this will be achieved by the creation of specific guidelines by the beginning of the term. As we all know, IFMSA has a set of guiding documents, and I want to highlight IFMSA policy documents since I want to increase its impact at accessibility, and for that, I wish to translate IFMSA policy statements and widely disseminate IFMSA policy documents. Regarding mental health, I want to come up with a concrete framework for the mental health working environment within IFMSA. When it comes to external affairs, naturally, animals might feel a little bit more distant, so I want to close this gap, and this is why I'm creating the Animals External Affairs database, where animals can consult IFMSA agreements and IFMSA external summary. At the same time, taking advantage of the online setting and live streamed events, I wish to implement the creation of specific communication channels between IFMSA members and IFMSA delegations. Regarding partnerships, these must be results-oriented, sustainable, and strategic. That is why we should evaluate all of our partnerships and at the same time create a short framework for each partnership. Including indicators in MOUs will also guide our work, and at the same time keeping our externals informed about the work that we are developing in IFMSA. When it comes to external meetings, showcasing animals' efforts by utilizing data from the programs and at the same time strengthening IFMSA presence during these events, such as organizing side events both alone or with other organizations and delivering statements and also submitting abstracts, and at the same time showcasing our efforts in social media. Ensuring a regional and gender representation balance will also be very important. When it comes to education and empowerment, empowering our IFMSA TO and IT throughout the competency model, and at the same time recognizing that IFMSA regions have different needs, and so develop external affairs sessions tailored to the needs of the region. At the same time, ensuring well-prepared delegations and serving and utilizing external affairs workshops as a way to network with relevant stakeholders. It will also be important to update the external affairs database with relevant materials regarding external affairs and the SDGs for NMOs to consult at any time. As we all know, 2030 is almost there, so we must evaluate and analyze the current work developed by IFMSA during these terms so that we can implement its outcomes. But I know that we should use the IFMSA report as an advocacy tool and also educate IFMSA about the SDGs. At the same time, in order to ensure the sustainability of SDGs work, including it in IFMSA annual working plans will be really important. Dear IFMSA, dear members, alone we can do so little, together we can do so much. I stand here today because I've always believed in the power of external affairs to bring the real change for our communities. I believe in IFMSA as a powerful platform to advocate, and I intend to use all my experience together with your collaboration to support your NMO's work and to strengthen the voice of our members worldwide. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we're now going to take questions for Ines. She is here live with us. Wait a little bit more. So
Wait, I'm here. Yeah.
Yep, you're here. I'm just waiting for everyone to be able to raise their hands. Okay. So IX Catalonia, IFMSA Thailand, Medicine Sudan, and from the rest, Ivory Coast.
IX Catalonia here. First of all, thank you very much, Ines, for your candidature and your presentation. My question is, do you have any specific ideas for the mental health framework that you are proposing? Thank you. I will share it in the chat box.
Thank you. IFMSA Thailand.
Hello, thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. My question is, how do you plan to establish and help NMOs, VPEs establish contact with local external organization. Thank you. I'll type it in the chat box.
Thank you. Medicine Sudan.
Hello, this is Medicine Sudan. Our question is covered. Thank you.
Oh, your question was covered. Okay. Then Ivory Coast.
Thank you very much. It was a great presentation, and our question is, since that there's a work being done currently to reinforce African region involvement into external representation, what kind of strategy are you ready to put on to keep up with this element being took, and how you manage to incorporate new animals and familiar animals according to external representation?
Okay, thank you. If you can type that in chat, that would be great. And Helmsy Grace as a substitute for the fourth one.
Okay, so I guess it's me now.
Yep.
Okay, so thank you, Ines, for your candidature. I would like to hear your opinion on the liaison officer restructuring that was happening during this GA. What are your feelings on that? Thank you.
Okay, so Ines, as everyone else, you have 3 minutes to answer questions in any order you want. So these are the 4 questions asked to you. So whenever you want, you can start.
Okay, thank you so much, everyone, for the questions. I'm so happy to be here with you. So regarding the first question, yes, I do have some specific ideas which were also brought by SWIMSA Switzerland on a thread, which is to take out officially some days of work and to implement with this within IFMSA, TO, and inform NMOs about this. And about other specific measures, this could be like not sending emails after a certain hour, as this happens actually in certain, in official businesses. So I think this could be implemented in IFMSA as well. And about other measures, I believe that we can come up with some other measures taking into account all the initiatives that I mentioned in my candidature. And about the second question, I believe this will be this is better to be done throughout the external affairs regional assistants, because these are the ones that work side by side with RDs, and so these are the ones that have more direct contact with the respective VPs of the region. So this will be done through them. About Ivory Coast question, I believe it was about keep going with the empowerment of the external affairs in the African region. So in order to do that, as I mentioned in my candidature, I need to access before what are the needs of each region when it comes to external affairs, because each region has different needs. Like, for example, right now in Europe, we might have some more organizations and formal agreements, whilst in other regions, there are not so many. So in case that region feels that we need to advance more on that part, I believe that by the end of in the beginning of the term, and also utilizing the competency model, educating the external affairs regional assistant to help their respective NMOs, in this case in the African region, to keep going with the empowerment of the region in terms of external affairs, and then supporting them throughout the term, and also getting ideas from the other regions. And then regarding Elmsy Chris questions, what are my feelings on the results is that now we must reflect on what went on, and we must go on maybe with some more discussions, including more NMOs, so that maybe we can come up with other proposals for the August meeting.
Okay, so we have another 30 seconds, so we can take another question. I saw different hands being raised. I think it was IFMSC Poland and IFMS Taiwan. So, okay, IFMS Taiwan, you raised your hand first, so you can go.
FMS Taiwan, thank you, Ines, for your presentation. We would like to ask, as the VP is a major contact person with the UN, what are your plans to familiarize yourself better with the regular communications, and how would you further assist your LOs with the communication procedures? Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question, FMS Taiwan. So in order to familiarize with that, I believe that firstly, a good handover by the VP, and of course, my own research regarding the United Nations, which was already started. And then the remaining of the question, how would you further assist your LOs with the communication procedures? So about this, as I said in my candidature, I'll develop specific and clear guidelines, and then I'll access which are the needs of each LO so that I can follow up on that throughout the remaining of the term.
That will be all. Thank you, Ines. And now we are gonna move it also to breakout room, but we're not gonna move in Abdullah until his presentation time is up. Okay. So, please accept the invite to go to, as long as I can find you. Yeah. Okay, please accept the invite to the breakout room, and we're gonna present Abdullah's presentation first, and then we are gonna invite him back. Right.
I'm back.
We're here. Okay, so I'm gonna ask you to go to the breakout room as well, just to ensure that there is no information shared in between. I'm sorry, just trying to be pedantic on this matter, as it is very clearly stated in the bylaws. So I don't know if I can, you have an option to go to breakout room, I think.
Yes, one sec.
Can do that, that would be great. Thank you for assistance. Okay, so it's there, and I am gonna share his candidature.
I am humbled and honored to present to you my candidature for the position of the IFMSA Vice President for External Affairs for the term 2021-2022. My name is Abdullah Khafaji. I'm a final year medical student from the University of Baghdad. I come from Iraq, and I currently serve as the IFMSA Liaison Officer for Medical Education Issues. I come to you with an experience of 6 IFMSA General Assemblies, 3 regional meetings, 8 external meetings, 5 policy documents, and 11 capacity building workshops. As you know, the IFMSA VP has many leadership roles within the Federation, and therefore it is the first pillar in my plan of action. This will be built on 2 main factors. Availability, where I will be available for a whole year dedicated to IFMSA work and completely free of any academic or professional commitment, and communication, healthy, non-violent, supportive communication. This will be with the IFMSA Liaison Officers team, as I will be the coordinator of that team and the EB contact person. I will ensure continuous support from October 1st until the 30th of September of the term, answering to their special needs and their working styles. The External Affairs International team have proved themselves as a valuable asset of the Federation, and therefore I would like to invest and build on their achievements by adopting a project-based approach where a set of well-defined projects are agreed upon by the beginning of the term and worked on during the term. As a member of the Executive Board, I would like to bring EB closer to the rest of the team of officials, to the NMOs and IFMSA members, by minimizing bureaucracy and routine as much as possible and promoting transparency and collaboration as much as possible. I would like to work with each of the EB members on a specific set of deliverables, including the IFMSA Strategy 21-24 and aligning the external affairs goals and indicators within the new strategy. COVID-19 and the lack of physical team of official meetings will be a challenge towards establishing team dynamics. I will work with my fellow EB members to initiate solid team dynamics within the TO, avoid miscommunication, and provide thorough care and support to our fellow TO members. I would like to work with all the aforementioned bodies on increasing NMO's engagement, especially in external affairs opportunities, as well as supporting their national external affairs efforts and initiatives. Conducting an assessment and evaluation of the IFMSA policy system will be one of my main priorities, as well as establishing up-to-date and accessible policy institutional memory, capacity building opportunities, as well as promotion of the IFMSA policy processes. Regarding external affairs procedures and advocacy tools, one of my main priorities is setting global priorities that are realistic and stand the challenge of COVID-19 and the virtual transformation of external events, as well as external meetings where we need to sustain and increase the quality of IFMSA's presence in those meetings, starting from submitting high quality abstract submissions, preparing and selecting high quality delegates, focusing on the outcomes and evaluating our participation in the meetings, reporting, and members' engagement, as well as tracking the commitments of IFMSA towards external organizations through memoranda of understanding, terms of reference documents, and sponsorship agreements. Provide capacity building and education on external affairs through workshops, sessions, webinars, campaigns, and social media, and ensure an up-to-date external affairs capacity building regulations to answer the needs of our members. And additionally, to have a unified theme event approach towards IFMSA meetings, general assemblies, and regional meetings. The United Nations is the most prestigious external stakeholder for IFMSA. Therefore, our relations with the UN is crucial to sustain IFMSA's position, especially as a global stakeholder and advocate for meaningful youth participation. The UN 2030 agenda will have extra attention during my term if elected. I will make sure to accelerate the alignment of IFMSA's work with the 2030 agenda, as well as provide capacity building and education opportunities, having the tradition of an IFMSA SDGs annual campaign, and producing SDGs report to measure our impact towards the agenda.
Okay, I'm gonna get Abdullah back here. Abdullah, sorry. Abdullah, are you here?
Hello, yes, I'm here.
Okay. So I see already hands raised for the questions. Thank you. So as other candidates, you have 2 minutes for 4 questions, which we're gonna take now. So ZIMSA Zimbabwe, BVMD Germany, FASME Romania, and IFMSA Egypt. Okay, ZIMSA Zimbabwe, you can go. ZIMSA Zimbabwe. I see you are muted, so you can just speak. We cannot hear you. So type your question down and we'll take that. BVMD Germany.
Yes, Cecilia, BVMD Germany. We would like to know, because you shared in your application also LME report, that you experienced a lot of stress in your position and it affected your performance. How will you take care of this potential issue entering the position of VPE, which is also a high stress position?
Okay, FASME Romania.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. Our question is sort of related to the one of BVMDs. especially about short time work notifications and the unavailability. These were some complaints of your last term activity. So our question would be, how would you improve communication and work commitments, especially in very busy times? Thank you. I will send the question.
Thank you. And IFMSA Egypt.
Yes, Abdullah, our question is, you mentioned in your candidature a new policy plan. Can you elaborate more on what you think needs to change, as well as your opinion on the current PRC framework of function and reform? Thank you. I'll send it in the chat.
Okay, so you got the 3 questions, and Zimsa Zimbabwe, are you able to type your question in chat since you're not able to speak? Okay, great. They typed in chat. What is your perspective on the current ethical framework of organizations that IFMSA partners with, particularly the financial nature of returns of external partnerships? So, well, you got 3 minutes. You can pick any question you want, and whenever you want, you can go.
Yes, thank you so much. So I'll start with BVMD Germany. Yes, that is true. The LME position is quite different from other liaison officers in terms of having not only 1 or 2 standing committees, but 3 standing committees that you have to conduct external affairs for, as well as being an executive member of 2 other organizations, which is also called ex officio position, meaning that you hold another position in another organization. So you work for 3 organizations and you work for 3 standing committees. The workload is huge, it is very demanding, and it was very stressful, especially in the beginning of the term, due to that I have mentioned lack of handover or defective handover. And I needed much more support as an LO. I had more special needs than other liaison officers or TO members. But luckily, I managed to, with the help of many other TO members and assistants, to overcome that issue. And yeah, with the same thing with the VP position. Regarding the second question from Fasimir, Romania, yes, that is true. I have had a lot of issues in the beginning of the term, just like I mentioned. And I have done a lot of mistakes. I have learned from my mistakes. I am now much more capable than I was at the beginning of the term. I feel very much comfortable with my role as LME, and I feel more knowledgeable about IFMSA and about IFMSA's external framework. And therefore, I am running for this position because of that. And of course, that will help me to deal with officials or LOs, specifically next term if elected, with whom will have similar issues. Regarding the question from IFMSA Egypt, as you know, the current IFMSA policy system was adopted in August meeting 2016. And after 5 years of its implementation, we still do not have, we are still lacking in evident data about the usage specifically and the implementation and the efficiency of our policy work. So I'm planning to have something called the IFMSA Policy Portal Project, which will evaluate the work on the policies, policy processes, policy documents, its international usage, how many policy statements were made, how many policy drafts, how many NMOs drafted national policies based on our international policies, and so on. As well as something very important that you mentioned, the PRC framework and also the policy commissions framework. Both of them are very new, both of them need to be improved. And of course, we will be building on the experience of the current and previous policy commissions and PRC members. And of course, I was lucky to participate in many policy.
Thank you.
Thank you very much
for the questions. Thank you for joining, and to Ines and you for respecting the agreement. So I'm gonna close the rooms. Yeah. Okay, so that was it for the VP candidates, and now we have 2 candidates for VPCB. Mohammed and Zain, are you both here?
Hello, yes, I'm here.
I'm also here.
Okay, perfect. So I hope you heard what was there with Abdallah and Ines. So I'm going to take you to another room. But until the second presentation is here, Design would also not be allowed to join as in the previous case. So I am just waiting for the breakout rooms to close so that I can make a new breakout room. Okay. So, okay, so Zain is going in another room. I'll wait one of our returning officers. Thank you, Kenneth, for helping us. So I am open both rooms and please join the breakout room. Okay, so I think it's good. Oh, I'm not screen sharing, sorry. There we go.
Whenever I start talking about IFMSA, the first question that I usually get is how American students are able to lead such a big organization and make a change in the world. Answering this question used to be very hard at first, but with time, it became a rooted belief and a subconscious certainty. IFMSA gives you comprehensive experiences that include learning, practicing, following, leading, and making an impact. And this is what kept me involved up till this moment. Throughout my youth in the Federation, I realized that learning is a lifelong journey of giving and taking. The more you give to others, the more you grow in return. I got introduced to the concept of capacity building, the mere demonstration of this cycle. You strive to learn in order to give, and you strive to give in order to learn. The privileges and opportunities I got from being an IFMSA member immensely contributed to my personality and made me a man of vision and strength. And the genuine desire to keep growing put me here today presenting my candidature for the position of IFMSA Vice President for Capacity Building. Dear IFMSA family, my name is Mohammed Osman. I'm a final year medical student from an African country called Sudan. I've been working in different positions until I got the honor of being your staff director a couple of months ago. I'm an optimistic individual full of passion and love for my family, friends, and the concept of change. In the upcoming few minutes, I'll introduce to you my vision, plans, and aspirations for the capacity building of IFMSA. The concept of capacity building was recently introduced to the Federation a couple of years ago, and since that moment, it has been largely growing and expanding. If elected, I would like to work on defining the essence of IFMSA capacity building, to reflecting on the terminology, tools, and approaches that we use. The CBIOGs was developed to ensure the quality of capacity building, and I would like to work on further improving this treasure and base it on the needs of animals. Moreover, I would like to level up the trainer's education to the professional training organizations while keeping in mind the situation and needs of IFMSA and animals. Building on what I have already said regarding the recency of the concept of CB, animals are also still trying to nationalize the concept and establish their own units. My plans for them would be to provide solid guidelines and frameworks and support throughout the process. The CBRAs would be properly empowered and trained to embed and reinforce capacity building within animals. I also plan to empower the CB representatives and the national EB members to properly lead their animals through optimizing the animal management sessions in the GAs and the regional meetings. In IFMSA, we commonly use the ripple effect intentionally and unintentionally. It actually facilitates the flow of information and knowledge and reflects the importance of having a strong workforce within IFMSA. If elected, I would like to sustain the initiative of having one centralized competency model for TO, IPPCs, and EB members. Moreover, I would like to bring IFMSA capacity building of divisions and standing committees together. It's absolutely not optimal to unify capacity building, but I personally believe that streamlining everything would make the processes much easier. This definitely needs coordinated efforts and continuous discussions, the thing that I'm looking forward to. COVID-19 pandemic was a proof that IFMSA is not working with its full capacity and that we can definitely do more. I plan to create clear regulations for the online training within IFMSA and train the members on the online engagement and facilitation. That will definitely boost the accessibility, but the quality might be a bit questionable. That's why we need to strike a balance between both of them. With all that being said, it's also very important to highlight the role of the BPCB as the leader of the CBIT, the coordinator of the Standing Committee Directors, and part of the IFMSA Executive Board. I'm fully committed to all the responsibilities that come with the position. In fact, I believe that reflecting on the experiences I gained as a national EB member and a TO member will definitely be of a great help to me. My decision of applying for this position specifically might sound strange to some people. I actually have to admit that I had a very diverse journey in IFMSA, working in different fields and on different levels. However, capacity building was the only factor that never changed. I became the person I am today because of the skills, knowledge, and experiences I gained throughout the past years. And I would really love for medical students around the world to be offered something similar and get the chance of transforming themselves and enriching their personalities.
Okay, that was the presentation. And now we're gonna go with questions. Raise your hands if you wanna ask a question. So Mohammed, same for you. 3 minutes for 4 questions. If you have more time, we're gonna take more questions. Wait a little bit more. Okay, so Associate Tunisia, and in Portugal, and Helmsy Greece. Omar, did you catch that?
No, could you please repeat that?
The Associate Tunisia, and in Portugal, Helmsy Greece, and I think I said one more. I think you lowered your hand.
4th one?
I'm gonna go with AMSA USA because I'm sorry, I missed the last one. Maybe I just said 3. AMSA USA is the 4th one. Okay, so Associate.
Thank you, Mohammed, for your presentation. I just sent the question. What is your position regarding hosting online SRTs by NMOs and how to ensure their quality and efficiency? Thank you.
Yep, and in Portugal?
And in Portugal, first of all, congratulations on your candidature and thank you for the presentation. I wanted to ask you, in your opinion, how the IFMSA VPCP helps the NMOs adapting their CP structures to the current online setting? Thank you.
Thank you. Helmsy Grace.
Thank you for your candidature. I would like to ask you, you mentioned some changes in the IOGs. What are some changes that you would like to implement?
Okay. And last one, AMSA USA.
Hi, thank you for your candidature. I was just wondering, you mentioned optimization a lot. I was wondering if you have any specific plans on how to optimize the things that you were talking about in capacity building. Thank you.
Thank you. AMSA USA, if you can also send your question in chat.
Will do.
Mohammed, did you catch the last question or we need to wait?
Yeah, I catch it.
Okay, so whenever you want, you can go.
Please, can someone confirm that I'm audible?
Yep, you're audible.
Okay. Thank you very much, everyone, for all your questions. Starting with the question from Associate Tunisia regarding online SRTs. I believe that online SRTs is something that will need to happen at some point, because if the COVID-19 pandemic keeps going for one more year, we might need to still work on online capacity building. Right now, I don't have a specific
structure for the online SRTs, it's something that we still need to reflect on. But I would like to say that since the pre-regional meeting started and since we're having online streams, I guess this is a great opportunity for us to reflect, analyze, and then decide if the same structure can apply to SRTs or if we need to make some amendments and modifications. At the end of the day, the equality is our #1 priority, and we need to keep that in mind. Regarding the second question from Anna Portugal and the adaptation of CB structure to the online setting, I believe that the CBIT and the VPCB should help animals with their structures. They should help with frameworks and guidelines. And to be a bit more specific, I plan to create a manual on online engagement and facilitation, because the past year was like a tryout for everyone, and we tried a lot of different methodologies and different approaches. And now it's the right time to adopt certain criteria, certain guidelines and frameworks. So this is actually my plan for the online CB. Then regarding the IUGs, I believe that the CB IUGs is definitely guiding the CB right now in a good way. But again, we have some matters that should be a bit more, regulated. An example for the online training, so we have the regulations for the online workshops and online courses, but for the streams and for for the pre-regional meetings and for the tasks of the different stakeholders and the different parties, these are not regulated, and I believe it would be nice to have a bit more regulations on that, as well as the criteria of selecting trainers in the trainers pool and having some sort of specific rubric for that instead of building it on the trainers pool advisory board only. Then regarding the optimization in general, I usually believe that having evidence-based data is the best approach to optimize anything or to make any decisions. So if elected, I would like to run as many assessments as possible, and then reflect on the different results that we have and try to consult with the different training organizations. When I was writing my plan of action, I contacted a couple of professional training institutions, and they showed their interest in helping IFMSA. I believe that would be very important, because as we contact different externals for the different public health issues, an example, and the different issues that we have in the Federation, I guess it would also be nice to contact people regarding the capacity building of the Federation.
You literally are exactly on time, 3 minutes. So I'm gonna move you to a breakout room. Thank you for joining us here. Now, okay, you got 2 accounts. I don't know which one is which. I'm gonna send both. So once you join with both, I am gonna move forward. Okay, well, in any case, he is done replying. So I'm just gonna proceed. Okay, I have no idea why that happened. So I'm sorry for the annoying sound. All right, let's try that again. Okay, now there's no annoying sound.
Hello. Some weeks ago, I was attending the WHO meeting. I saw hours and hours
Navosha,
of
can we
statements
stop?
being delivered by members.
Okay.
There's one account from Mohammed that has not joined the room yet. So I will advise perhaps to wait for that.
Okay, or we can put that one into waiting. But like, yeah. In any case, he's not replying. He's not going to be replying anymore. So it should all be good.
Yeah.
Hello. Some weeks ago, I was attending the WHO meeting. I saw hours and hours of statements being delivered by member states and stakeholders. Most of them were great, but some were missing key points of the skills during delivering such important statements. When the time came for me to read mine, I realized how lucky I was to speak freely and full of confidence. Delivering such statements require good presentation skills, communication skills, public speaking skills, and many other skills that IFMSA is continuously providing to its members, preparing them to be the future healthcare providers, effective global health advocates, and most importantly, key role players in shaping the future of the world, all thanks to capacity building in IFMSA. I'm Zain Al-Abidin Al-Badri, also known as Zain Muthanna, and I'm here proudly presenting to you my candidature for the position of Vice President for Capacity Building for the term of 2021-2022. During my 4 years in IFMSA, which started as a LoRa in my local committee, then as a National Capacity Building Assistant, working on capacity building and standing committees helped me understand what capacity building is and how it is related to standing committees, which became even more clear during my term as CBRA and working with my fellow regional team on collaborating capacity building with the standing committees on the regional and international levels. For this term, working as CBGA on almost all aspects of capacity building inside out allowed me to assess, evaluate the current situation of capacity building in IFMSA and set concrete plans to work on it during my plan for the next term. The position of VPCB can be divided into 3 parts. So my plan too. The first pillar is about capacity building and the first point is about accessibility. With the new launch of model platform and the delay we had during the past 2 terms, I'm intending to work on developing online courses, campaigns, and workshops to be delivered for all our members across the globe. Also, take advantage of the newly updated IFMSA website and more specifically the capacity building section and upload all the needed documents there. Second are the capacity building plans for NMOs and regions. During my work within the CBIT, I've seen that the capacity building needs for each region are different, and within each region they are different also in the NMO side. For example, Asia Pacific, they lack sufficient number of SRTs. For Africa, the people are highly motivated, but they need support in terms of putting everything together within capacity building. For Americas, the CB reps requiring more motivation from the CBIT. For the EMR, the NMOs are newly developing their capacity building structure, and in Europe, the NMOs are requiring capacity building development and capacity building establishment plans. This goes on and on for all regions and all NMOs. As VPCB, I'm intending to work with my CBIT on set concrete plans and work on fulfilling them by the end of our term. Third is trainers education. Evaluate and create a new needs assessment and set a needs-based online trainings for our trainers and also implement and further develop the trainers camp. Fourth is the pre-GA reformation. As I mentioned in my plan of action, the pre-GA requires comprehensive work and collaboration amongst all IFMSA levels. As VPCB, I'm intending to take the lead and make the pre-GA different from SRTs and other capacity building initiatives. Give it its unique identity in terms of activities, agenda, and workshops. Finally, the CBIOGs. We cannot deny the fact that NMOs have been suffering in the last 2 terms. They have been suffering a huge decline in capacity building sessions because they are lacking their trainers and facilitators. As VPCB, I'm intending to spare no time and work directly into developing the capacity building aspect online, providing online workshops and courses and help our NMOs to rise again and rebuild their capacity building structure. The second pillar is about standing committees and EB. Have you ever asked yourself why capacity building does not have its own strategy? The simple answer to that is that capacity building is involved in almost all strategies we have in IFMSA. It's involved in the general, standing committees, and regional strategies. As VPCB, I'm intending to work with my fellow IFMSA TO on achieving each capacity building pillar and goal they have in their strategies and taking into consideration to start implementing the new IFMSA strategy. And lastly, update, implement IFMSA SRTs and standing committee workshops and facilitate the process of achieving global and regional priorities of the standing committees. And thank
you. So we're going to get Hussein back in.
Hello.
Hello, Zain. We're now at your presentation. Now we're going to take some questions for you. You're going to take 4 questions and you have 3 minutes.
Okay.
So I'm going to wait a little bit more for hands to be raised for the questions. Okay, so we're going to go with IFMSA Czech Republic, IFMSA Austria, Ivory Coast, and IFMSA Egypt.
Could you repeat the second one, please?
AMSA Austria, Ivory Coast, and IFMSA Egypt. Okay, IFMSA Czech Republic.
Hi, thank you for your candidature. In your candidature, you mentioned that you plan to make pre-GAs different from SRTs, and I would like to ask you if you can elaborate a little on how you plan to change the pre-GA.
Okay, AMSA Austria.
AMSA Austria, Lucy, thank you very much for your candidature and your presentation. We appreciated the fact that you outlined the different needs in different regions, and we'd like to know how you, how you intend to meet those specific needs for each region. Thank you.
Okay, Ivory Coast.
Ivory Coast, thank you for this candidature and this brilliant presentation. Our question is, since that the essence of our federation is the interaction between its members, how do you plan to facilitate, coordinate, and make possible physical SRTs and other trainings with COVID-19 pandemic, apart from online trainings, in order to allow efficient trainings for members? Thank you.
Thank you. Make sure you put that question in the chat. And finally, IFMSA Egypt.
Thank you, Zain, for your candidature. In your opinion, is there anything that needs to change in the CBIUGs, and are you planning to have any new manuals or workshops? Thank you.
Okay, so also put your question in chat. But Zain, did you catch all the questions? Let us know whenever you want to start.
Okay, thank you, Czech Republic, for your question. Regarding the pre-GA, as I mentioned in my plan, that the pre-GA is suffering from low numbers of participations because like the members are asking themselves, why are we attending the pre-GA, paying double the price where we can get the same workshop from an SRT and it's near our country. So the idea will be review the previous pre-GAs, work with the IFMSA TO on establishing new workshops or update current workshops to be available only in GAs to make them more attractive for members to apply for the pre-GA, as well as working with the pre-GA OC as the VPCB is the contact person with the OC for pre-GA on adding more activities and change the whole agenda of the pre-GA and make it more motivational or more enjoyable for people to apply. For the next question from AMSA Austria regarding the needs specific for each region. Okay, so the main contact person will be for that matter is the CBRA. They will be providing SRT numbers recommendations for each region since they need different numbers of SRTs, and then workshops recommendations based on the needs for each member in each region and NMO. Like some members need specific workshops, so we will be providing the recommendation of workshops. And then the whole plan will be provided by the CBRA. As VPCB, I will be direct observer for the implementation and activation of these plans, also with my fellow TO, the RDs, and work on fulfilling them by the end of our term. For the third question regarding physical SRTs in times of pandemic, I don't think that I get that question really clear, but I would say that each NMO has to provide like their COVID situation, providing vaccination plans or the current protective measures that they are implementing to use. And also we need to have like NMO's consultation in case of accepting any physical SRT during the time of pandemic. For IFMSA Egypt regarding the things that I want to change from the CBIOGs, like from the last 2 terms, which I have been involved with in the CBIT, we have making a huge progress in developing the CBIOGs. right now I'm really proud with the current CBIOGs. My fellow team within the CBIT did a great job in updating them and make them more useful and implemented. Regarding the workshops or manuals, currently we will be working on SRT manual, capacity building establishment and capacity building development manuals. And also for workshops, updating and make the CBB available since the NMOs needs more capacity building, and this workshop is designated for capacity building establishment, capacity building development, and strategies for NMOs and capacity building. Make this online will help NMOs further develop their capacity building systems and empower themselves in terms of strategy. And also provide or work on the mini FIDE workshop as well that will graduate facilitators also to be available online. These are my first steps. Thank you.
Okay, so out of time as well, and we are done with VPC. I'm gonna close all the rooms so they can join in, but since we have one candidate for VPRC, we can proceed forward. Thank you for joining for the live. Now, candidate for VPRC is Mustafa. Are you here?
Hello, yes, I'm here.
Yeah, awesome. So I'm gonna try and play the larger video that you sent me, high quality, but I made no promises. I got both. So if this one is lagging, to let me know and I'll take the other one. Okay, this does not make any sense. I have no clue why that's happening.
Slav. Dear IFMSA friends and family, my name is Mustafa, a 50th medical student from Kyrgyzstan. It's a great honor to present you my candidature for the position of IFMSA Vice President for Public Relations and Communication. Around 4 years ago, my journey with IFMSA began. Because of my passion for content creation and digital marketing, I have always been involved in the public relations and communication field, starting locally, nationally, and even internationally, as I'm currently the PRC General Assistant. Throughout the years, working on the promotion and visibility of IFMSA, both nationally and internationally, has helped me to gain a clear insight and an extensive experience to base my plan of action on 3 priorities. My first priority is team leadership. Being an IFMSA official brings with itself a responsibility for leadership. As an EB member, I will effectively contribute to the decision-making discussions and actively participate in the meetings. I will work with the EB to realize the IFMSA strategic plan and also take the lead in priorities related to promotion and visibility. I will support the team of officials on PRC-related matters and help them to increase the publicity of the standing committees and other EB-related areas. I will actively introduce PRC to NMOs and provide them with the necessary resources and also guide them on areas of my expertise. As for the PRC international team, I'll recruit members who are qualified for their tasks and also create an environment that enables them to thrive and also explore their potentials. My second priority involves branding and visibility. I will increase the awareness of the brand manual among all the potential users and also monitor its implementation to create a brand that is easily recognizable and also remembered by the audience. I will look into our marketing strategy and develop promotional plan to introduce IFMSA as a strong brand to our external partners, stakeholders, and members. Reflecting on the social media strategy, I will explore new ways to increase the quantity and quality of our audience and engagement, as well as collaborating with the other officials to create powerful and impactful online campaigns. I will actively review and update the content on our website and establish a good link with the relevant IT company to ensure the optimal functionality of our website and databases. IFMSA publications are of great value, including the MSI, which is one of the most important and most shared publication of IFMSA. I'll put in great efforts to maintain the high quality it has achieved over the past years through recruiting experienced members and promoting it to all the regions. Even though we are living in an increasingly digitalized world, I value conventional media and will work on creating long-lasting media partnerships and maintain a mass media contact list to approach to anyone to promote our works, events, activities, and press releases. My third priority is to support the PRC framework to enhance the work dynamics and clearly define and explain the PRC procedures to the NMOs and officials. I will also take a careful approach to ensure that data protection is assured and GDPR protocols are clarified. Reflecting upon the initiatives taken to standardize the PRC workshops, I'll promote it to be part of the pre-GAs, pre-regional meetings, and even SRT. Since the pandemic has cancelled many on-ground events of IFMSA, I will study and analyze the outcomes of these online settings and try to work on toolkits and strategies on how to effectively hold these events virtually. At the present moment, my passion and knowledge of PRC have never been stronger, and I feel equipped to take on this challenge and apply for the VVPRC position. With my commitment and enthusiasm, I will devote my time and energy to fulfill my tasks and serve the Federation. Spas.
So that was the presentation, and now we can just jump straight into questions. Wait a bit more. Okay, so we are going with Romania, and Portugal, FMS Taiwan, and IX Catalan.
First one, please.
IX Catalan.
I'm not getting your audio right. Could you please type it in the chat?
Alex Catalonia, can you hear it now?
Yes, it's
Yeah,
better.
it's-
Like, yes, thank you.
So Romania.
Yes, thank you, and congratulations for your presentation. Our question would be that you are part of the PRCCB event, and you would like to know how would you improve this workshop for the upcoming term so that more NMOs learn about NGO branding and its importance. Thank you.
Portugal.
And in Portugal, congratulations on your candidature and thank you for the presentation. I wanted to ask you if you could elaborate a bit more on what ideas do you have to redefine and restructure the newsletter. Thank you so much.
FMS Taiwan.
I'm Tammy from FMS Taiwan. Thank you for your presentation. It is mentioned in your plan of actions that you would analyze the idea of opening an online store for selling IFMSA merchandise worldwide. Can you elaborate on this idea for its feasibility and whether it contraindicates the fact that we are a nonprofit organization? Thank you very much.
And IX Catalonia.
IX Catalonia here. Thank you for your candidature. Can you elaborate more on the Exchange database technical problems and how you're planning on tackling them? Thank you very much.
Okay, can you put the question in chat? But did you hear Mustafa, the last question?
No, like if it's sent in the chat, it will be better.
Okay, yeah. About Exchange database technical problems and how you're planning on tackling them. Okay, so 3 minutes for you as well for the 4 questions, in whatever order you want. Whenever you want to start.
Just before I start, am I perfectly audible or?
Yep, you're perfect.
Very much for all your questions. I'm gonna answer one by one. So for the FASMR Romanian question, so true, yeah. This term we held an event like a PRCCB event, and it was like really successful as I saw it. But I think like the PRCCB could even be more explored and be more even like standardized as currently it's going on. So my plan is to improve the content of the workshops and maybe like develop some levels of the workshop, because someone who has experience or with someone who has less experience, so that we could develop PRC workshops that are valid for everyone, and you also promote it to all the NGOs and all the NMOs that they can benefit from these PRC workshops to further reflect it internally in their NMOs. And regarding the a newsletter might, like as you might have seen from standing committees and other divisions, that usually newsletters are really long and they don't reach to the point. But in my opinion, that newsletters should be really brief and talk about main topics that have been achieved. For example, the achievements of IFMSA, or the important activities that IFMSA has conducted during the period. So this is the main idea for the newsletter, to try to make it as brief and try to distribute it to as many audience as possible. As for the online, this has been an idea, I think, for a long time. And what I've mentioned in my candidate is to explore, to further explore the possibility of this idea. True that we are, but if we could explore more ways on how we can transparently conduct this online store, that the revenues go back to the IFMSA, investing in its members and investing in its projects, but further explored with maybe with the VPF. It's not something that I will definitely start to work on. As for the exchange databases, as you might be aware, that like the database that we have, the whole interface, or like how do you say it, the front end of the database, first of all, is not very user friendly. You might be familiar with a lot of complaints from exchange officers that it's not functioning very well in a user-friendly way, and maybe it sometimes gets slow, or it's not highly optimal, and that's why
Thank you,
current.
Mustafa. This is the end of your time for the answers. Thank you also for joining us, and everyone for joining in from the EB candidates. With this, we conclude all candidatures for the executive board. Now, we've been at this for 2 hours. We have 5 more candidatures for LOZO. So what I am proposing is a small break of 5 minutes at the very least, so that you can freshen up a little bit, and then we can proceed forward with LOZO. Now, if you do not want a break, I would advise we have a break. You can raise your hand if you want a break now. And if there is a third of participants, which is 125, so if there's 40 hands raised, you will have a break. Otherwise, we will proceed. So currently there are 16 hands raised, so we are not gonna have a break in that case. And we're just gonna, yeah, well, I don't wanna break your mood with this, but don't worry, the whole thing is always streamed and recorded. Okay. So we're gonna proceed with the loser candidates. Who do I have here from loser candidates?
We have 3 candidates, if I'm not wrong. We have Layinka, Berkahan, and Muhammad Ibrahim.
Okay, the other 2 candidates would also like to send their apologies for not being able to attend due to reasons outside of their control. As always, this also happens in physical GAs, where some people cannot attend GA. And well, they said that they will answer all of your questions over email as efficiently as possible, which would be today, so that you can have some time to read through them. But tomorrow is the EB debate, so EB questions were all answered, so that's great. And the LOZO debate is happening on the 11th. So without further ado, we're gonna proceed. Just gonna make a breakout room. First, I think is Saha. He's not here, but I'm gonna take the other ones to a breakout room. I hope you heard. So for the instructions, can you just like confirm audibly or raise your hand or type in chat that you understand the rules of the breakout room stuff. If not, I can repeat. Okay. So, Olenka, Berkan, do you understand also the rules for this? Olenka, not. Does anyone know what happened with Olenka? Anyone that can reach her?
Let me check. Yeah. Okay, she's joining now.
Okay. Right. As the EB candidates are sending in their emails, they all have their emails. I checked it out myself while I was getting it in their CV that they already shared with you. So if you would like to contact any of them, feel free. Sure, they would all be very happy to reply to you. Okay, so she's joining in. Just gonna wait a moment for her.
Yeah, she's here.
I'm gonna move to returning officers now because this one's gonna take a little bit of time. So yeah, you can work on it together. Camila and Kenneth in that case. Thank you. I'm with Berkan first, so I'm gonna. Berkan, join first, and then I'm gonna move you back in. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. Okay, now we are ready to start. In comparison to the EB, the candidatures are 3 minutes and there is 2 minutes for questions. So they're also why the candidatures are shorter.
Dear IFMSA family, I'm incredibly excited to stand before you to have the opportunity to tell you my story, my vision, and my plans. I created my presentation with the good old format. As a highly driven person I am, my path in IFMSA is paved with different colors. The people I've met, areas I've worked on, and the marks I'm happy to have left on people. Although there isn't a clear path towards LOSO, my multidisciplinary working style along with what I've experienced in other youth NGOs lights me the way. After sailing the 7 seas and 5 IFMSA regions, 4 years and 2 ITs, and standing in the leadership of other youth-led NGOs, it is my utmost honor to present you my candidature for LOSO for the term 2021. My compass for all the operations conducted will be based on a roadmap, reviewing, capturing, and connecting. If I'm given the voice of IFMSA, I will first create the map by exploring the known and unknown domains to LOSO. I will map retrospectively to prioritize the leftover tasks in line with our plan. I also plan to streamline the work of LOSO by carefully reviewing its conception. Projecting our internal work to external work is crucial to set IFMSA's tone. With the collaboration of other teams, I plan to actively utilize data as our strongest arm in external affairs, and the written form of the power that members give us, policy documents. I plan to conduct a thorough assessment of the status and utility of the policy documents to increase their visibility and impact. Having worked in 2 ITs as a CBDA, I have come to realize that capacity building is indispensable. From forming competent delegations to raising a generation with policy knowledge, we need it. I will work to bolster CV directly and indirectly in various ways. As a position situated at the crossroads of many fields, LOSO needs to uphold diversity, collaboration, and conviviality at heart, to present you with interconnectedness as a working style. Especially in these times, cooperation, exchange of knowledge, and solidarity between the LOs is a necessity. I will make sure to maintain a balanced collaboration with all standing committees. My vision of the future of external work is through these simple steps of concrete actions, revisiting and enriching the existing partners, exploring new collaborations, and assessing impact. I will be in constant communication with the VPE for prioritization and to report my work during the term. I will work together with EAIT to actively collaborate whenever possible regarding decisions, policies, and external meetings. And you, members, for you to be more visible and audible in the external world, I will work hard to ensure access to various opportunities. Initiatives such as scholarships, grants, internships, secured spots, among others, will help us to build the capacity within. If I get elected, I will work hard to realize a dream we all have in common. Not only you, me, or IFMSA. It is a burning dream that youth everywhere has, making a change. I pledge to work hard as a good analyzer, a vigilant action taker about global events, maintain my high availability, and provide with a smooth experience throughout. But most importantly, I promise to consciously fight for our right to be meaningfully be seen and heard as one of the largest youth-led organizations in the world, while uplifting our friends, other student organizations, to achieve the dream together. Because only together can we discover the depths.
Sorry, my headphones got tangled up. So I'm using the old one still. So we are done with this presentation. Berkhan, so for you, if you're not here previously, you have 2 minutes for questions. Unlike the EB candidates, your candidates have 2 minutes. We're gonna go with 3 questions as there is less time to apply. So please raise your hands. Do you have any questions? Okay, AMSA Austria and MP Ecuador as the 2 questions we have. There is more time, we'll take more. Berkhan, you're here, right?
Yes.
Perfect. So AMSA Austria.
AMSA Austria, Lucy, thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. And our question is, TV is not usually within the scope of the LO's works. Could you elaborate on how you would incorporate it and what benefits this would achieve? Thank you.
And MP Ecuador.
Hello, I'm MP Ecuador here. Congratulations, Berkhan, for your presentation. And my question is, how are you planning to approach NMOs in order to help them building relationships of collaboration with other students' organizations in the different regions? I'll send it in the chat. Thank you.
Thank you. Berkhan, whenever you want, you can begin. You got 2 minutes total.
Okay, thank you for the questions. So starting with AMSA Austria's question. So capacity building is not exactly in the scope of work of LOSO, yes. But as someone that has gone through a lot of capacity building experience, I can tell that capacity building should be a part of everyone's plan of actions at some point. So I am planning to support the work of different LOs and different standing committees in capacity building by helping out in in workshops such as Global Health Advocates, by helping out as like facilitator, as well as providing resources from different student organizations that I can make the contact with. Furthermore, capacity building in my plan of action is basically one of the pillars. So pillar does not directly mean that I'm going to be having this in my annual working plan and have work towards this in the whole year as one of my priorities, but this is going to be one of the foundations of my work, I can say. I hope this is clear. For the second question, I will need to be written. How am I planning to approach NMOs in order to? For the regional student organizations such as AMSA, EMSA, PMSA, FELSUSM, I need to be working closely with the regional directors as they are taking the lead as well in the absence of LOSO. So I'll be working with them to basically underline the importance of regional collaborations and reaching out to more people than we actually have right now. So these regional student organizations are our only way to promote diversity within our scope, and also enlarging our scope as IFMSA all around the world. And for NMOs, I'll always be available. I'll always be approachable in a sense that I can provide the resources and I can create the links between the student organizations that I already have the network with, and then basically support them throughout their external affairs journeys by helping their helping them create policy documents, help them create national strategies for external affairs, and basically keeping in touch with them throughout the way by following up with their outcomes.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes are up. There will be no more questions for Bergman. Thank you for answering now. So before we proceed, I'm having a little bit of an issue with one of the loser candidates who's having technical issues with their device. Okay, Bergman, can you go to the breakout room now? I think there is a button for you to join. Are you able to join?
I still do not have anything popping up.
Should be somewhere down at the bottom. Join breakout room or something like that. Can you rejoin the call? And I'll sign it out again.
Okay.
I'll wait for him to rejoin and then we'll proceed. Okay, let's try again. Okay, Berkan, I'm gonna move you now to do. Thank you.
All right.
Perfect. Now, Randa is not here. She was unable to join. So we are just going to be playing her presentation. And you're gonna ask your questions and then we're gonna send it.
ازيكم, salam alaikum. Dear IFMSA members, on 2017, 17 years old me crossed by and attended one of the greatest gatherings for students worldwide, the World Healthcare Student Symposium held in Rwanda, Kigali. An ordinary event for many, but actually it was a turning point experience in my life. Seeing students working so hard to shape the global health agenda shaped me into a global health ambassador, someone who advocates for the meaningful youth engagement as well as their involvement in the decision-making process since they are tomorrow's leaders. My name is Randa Ahmed. I am a 5th-year medical student from Medicine Sudan, and it is my great pleasure to apply for the Liaison Officer to Student Organization and start serving in the organization and the federation who made me into who I am today. In the post-COVID-19 and COVID-20 area, the green recovery, the world is aiming to, multi-sectorial collaboration is highly needed, and gathering the efforts of youth, including the students, is highly needed. That's why the laws opposition becomes very critical. My plan of action is divided into 3 pillars. The first pillar is hand in hand with IFMSA stand out. This includes our recognition in external meetings, increasing our visibility for sharing policy documents, our work in antimicrobial resistance, and all our events and all our achievements. And the third important thing in this pillar is to start getting the World Healthcare Student Symposium into virtual settings. The second pillar is members empowerment, and in this pillar I aim to increase the capacity and knowledge of members, since they are the core of this organization in the field of antimicrobial resistance, health literacy, and sustainable development goals, and to encourage those members to start implement what they will learn on a national meetings, to apply the request of NMOs or regional assistants in all the upcoming regional meetings, and to promote for interprofessional collaboration. I envision IFMSA as a forefront leading organization in the field of global health advocacy. And I also aim that I and wish in the scope of LOZO to empower medical students to have a strong role and notable effect in all the global health movements. With hard work, dedication, determination, this vision will become a true life reality. Thank you.
Okay, so she wrote at the end where you can contact her. As for everyone else, feel free to do that. And we're going to be taking, we said 3 questions. And now they're going to be forwarded to Rhonda, and I'll ask her to urgently reply during the day. Okay. Raise your hands if you want to ask any questions. I only see one raised right now. Okay, so just IFMSA back then. And I'm supposed to. IFMSA back, you can go.
Okay, thank you, Rhonda, for your candidature and presentation. In your plan of action, you mentioned accessibility and engagement of members within SDGs. Can you please elaborate more about this, and is there a specific strategy to achieve it? Thank you. I will write it down in the chat.
Thank you. And I'm Austria.
As Austria, thank you very much. Our question is, well, thank you very much for your candidature and for your presentation. Our question is, in the past, the LOSO has also been in charge of COVID-19 initiatives and infectious diseases. What are your thoughts and plans on those fronts?
Okay, also send your question in chat. Now, we're going to proceed with the next one immediately. Unfortunately, close my slides. Can you tell me who's the next one?
It's Ibrahim, if I'm not wrong.
It's Mohammed.
Yeah.
So we're going to share his presentation first before getting him here.
Over the years, IFMSA has connected with a lot of student organizations through a bond that was strengthened not only through shared visions and goals and collective passions and purposes, but also through shared challenges and struggles as students and young leaders. My name is Mohammad Ibrahim Khan, and I'm a third-year medical student from Pakistan. It is my honor to present to you my candidature for Interim Liaison Officer to Student Organizations term 2020 to 2021. Inviting you to my world of passion for advocacy and external affairs is an episode I've been waiting for, a passion that was nourished and flourished over time through the countless opportunities offered to me by IFMSA. For the past 3 years, I've been active on local, national, and international levels. I've attended 3 international meetings as an IFMSA delegate, 2 international meetings as a Pakistani medical student, and more than 15 meetings as an IFMSA Pakistan delegate. During my term as External Organizations Liaison, I pursued, negotiated, signed, and drafted 6 MOUs with 6 different partners. And I intend to use all these experiences to build momentum and make IFMSA a leader in our conversations with student organizations. During my term, I intend to work on 3 pillars: networking, interprofessional collaboration, and advocacy for meaningful youth participation. Within networking, I intend to create a stakeholder map based on utility and relevance, evaluate our existing partnerships, and work on building new ones with partners such as IAAS, AFPSA, and other member organizations of the UNMGCY and ICMYO. My focus would be to maximize outcomes through the effective utilization of the informal forum for international student organization meetings, to reach out to and connect with other student organizations. Another priority would be to identify the course of action for the WHSS, ensure that its theme is in lieu with IFMS's global priorities, and that our NMOs actively participate in it. I also intend to promote student mobility and create an avenue for exchange of expertise and skills by working with other external organizations such as ISEC and Erasmus student networks, and work on building exchanges. I will facilitate regional partnerships and work on building alliances of NMOs with national chapters of IPSF, IBSA, and IDSA. For interprofessional collaboration, I intend to focus on 3 things. 1, promotion of its integration into the IFMSA strategy 2021 to 2024, along with publishing co-authored reports and manuals. 2, capacity building and education of members through online or offline events. And 3, increasing NMO involvement through networking as well as joint ventures. For my 3rd pillar, I intend to advocate for increased role of healthcare students in tackling health emergencies at high-level meetings, and be at the forefront of our efforts against health crises such as AMRs by increasing joint ventures and working on submission of abstracts at international conferences. I have to offer a vision of developing a world where young leaders work together to advocate for equity in healthcare and education. The desire to continuously push myself to aim higher despite the odds, the energy to work to achieve my visions and goals, and the passion to serve humanity through healthcare. As your next CLOSO, I will increase sustainability in our efforts, enhance visibility of our projects, and actively participate in all decision-making processes on your behalf. Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna get him in here. Hey, Mohammed, are you here with us now? Mohammed, you here with us? Yes, you can open your mic.
Hello.
Awesome. So we just went over your presentation. As a TU candidate, you have 2 minutes for questions, and we're gonna take 3 questions. So raise hands if you want to ask any questions.
I have a question, sorry.
Yes.
You are going to recognize the people who are going to ask, right?
Yes, I am going to take the questions for you.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Now I have 1 raised hand. There are no further questions. There's 2. So AMSA Austria and Anna Portugal. We have 2 questions.
AMSA Austria. As Austria, Lucy, thank you very much for your candidature and for your presentation. We were wondering which initiatives in the field, which initiatives and organizations in the field of mental health would you want to involve the IFMSA in/with?
Okay, and Anna Portugal.
In Portugal, first of all, congratulations on your candidature and thank you for the presentation. I wanted to ask you if you consider LOSO a crucial position in the current IFMSA structure and why. Thank you so much.
Okay, did you get both questions?
Just a second. Yeah.
Okay, whenever you want, you can start.
Thank you so much for your questions. Addressing the question raised by the delegate of AMSA Austria. For now, as I mentioned earlier as well, that if elected, I'm going to work on a stakeholder mapping based on utility and relevance. And again, it depends on which mental organizations the IFMSA EB and the other liaison officers want to approach. And afterwards, we will work on approaching those organizations. So it entirely depends on what level we are going to work on, and that would be determined after having a discussion with them. I hope this answers your question, and if not, like, you can ask a follow-up question. Addressing the question raised by the delegate of Annam Portugal, I do consider liaison officer to student organizations a crucial position in the current IFMS structure, particularly because I feel it is one of the organizations that focuses on meaningful youth participation, which is one of the key things that we as an organization stand for, uniting medical students worldwide so that we can bring impact, translate the change that we wish to see into action. So yeah, I feel it is important in the current structure because the workload specifically is very specific in its nature, and we want this specific workload because there are a lot of organizations that we can work with and that we are working with, and in order to ensure sustainability in that work that we are doing, we need to have something specific addressing those, which is why I feel that way. But yeah, that's it. That's all for now. I'm done.
You got 20 more seconds, so we can take one more question. If anyone wants to ask a question. So also, I'm not sure if that's a raised hand from before or no. Okay, so there are no more questions for you. Thank you. And if you can click on the button to go join the breakout room again, that would be great.
Thank you so much for the questions. And in case like you guys come up with a question later on, I'll just drop my email in the chat box so that you can reach me out later. Thank you.
Thank you. So if you can find the button to go to the breakout room, that would be great. Are you able to? If not, you can simply rejoin the link and I'll sign you again. Mohammed, you need to go to the breakout room. So if you can find the button to go to the breakout room, that would be great. Otherwise, you need to rejoin.
Thank you.
Okay, it's in the breakout room. We do not understand. I'm gonna need to consult someone after this. Okay. Third time? Nope. Okay, I'm gonna close this, reopen.
And I'm leaving test.
I never hear the sound normally. I'm gonna turn on all of my Google Chrome stuff. Let's see if that was it. Maybe. Okay. So we are proceeding.
70 years of youth miracles for health, and I'm a living testimony. Hello everyone, my name is Olayinka Fakorede. I am a fresh graduate from Nigeria, and I am running for the position of Liaison of Status Student Organization. After being SCOF session team member 3 times, attending 5 workshops and 5 IFMSA meetings, coordinating 2 small working groups, and being a part of 3 small working groups on IFMSA policies. Currently the External Affairs Regional Assistant for Africa. Now, I would like to be the Liaison of Status Student Organizations. I have 4 major plans. Members engagement, sustaining collaboration and partnership, establishing new partnership, and improving external affairs and visibility. Now, members engagement like this, I would like to first conduct NMO needs assessment to understand the needs of NMO when it comes to working with student organizations, and not just student organizations, but also working with youth organizations and working on initiatives with youth. And with this, I believe we'll be able to guide members thoroughly and better into making more partnerships nationally and establishing more collaborations with organizations. Also, innovate for AMR competition. I would like to set up a small working group to work on the antimicrobial resistance wiki. And this small working group would not just be working on campaigns for the group, but they would also work on helping members understand more about antimicrobial resistance, the activities on antimicrobial resistance, and even the research aspect of antimicrobial resistance, such that all of these ideas would be able to help more NMOs apply for innovate for AML and also be a part of the competition. Sustaining collaborations. Now, IFMSA has a number of partners, but now to sustain those collaborations, I would like to come up with new ideas to be able to continue collaborations with these organizations. One of the very important ideas I'm looking into is ideas on internship. With the world going virtual now, we have come to understand better that a lot of things can be done virtually and online. So I would like to explore more options for online internships. I would also like to establish more partnerships with different organizations. One important one I would like to work on is One Young World. Finally, improving external affairs and visibility. Of course, being a liaison officer to student organization, the majority of the work is on external affairs, and yes, I would like to improve on that by making sure that IFMSA is well represented in every external meeting that requires the LOSO. I would also like to make sure that IFMSA activities are showcased more inside events, such that potential partners can see the great work done by IFMSA and can be interested in more collaboration with IFMSA. Now, I would like you to join me in this vision as we work together with other youth and student organizations to ensure that our voices continue to be heard. 70 years of youth miracles for health, 70 great years. Now let's continue that. Thank you very much.
Okay, as Olainka had some technical issues, she is not going to be taking questions live. As after she left, we could not ensure she did not get any audio-visual information. So we're just going to be taking 3 questions for her. And raise your hands if you have any questions. We have AMSA Austria. And that's about it. AMSA Austria, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. AMSA Austria, Lisa speaking. I would like to thank Olainka for her candidature, even though she is not present. Our question is, what would the concrete work of the small working group on antimicrobial resistance be, and how long would it be working for?
Okay, thank you. As there are no further questions, we are immediately going to proceed to the last person on this list. That is Sahand. He was in the end able to join, but because we could not ensure that we could not ensure 387 paragraph, so we could not have him join at the end.
Some of you may remember. Hey everyone, this is and my name is Sam. Some of you may remember me as the strict session team. Some of you may recall me as the guy who loves to party. But right now, the most important part is I am running for the liaison officer to student organization. But let's get serious for a second. Why should you choose me to be your next LOSO? So while I was coming up with my plan of action, I put my work in 4 main pillars that will guide my work as LOSO for this term. So first, liaisoning and collaborating. Secondly, optimal member involvement. And last, both external representations and impactful actions. Let's begin from liaisoning and collaborating, comprehending old, new, and possible future partners and building strong partnership with them. In my time as LOSO, I seek to strengthen our existing partnership with organizations such as WHSA and WHSS. I'll also try to create new partnerships such as UNMGCY and IGMYO. I ensure every member gets involved and benefit from these partnerships, which brings me to my second pillar, optimal member involvement, which I aim for presence, constant contact, and collaboration in all the team that LOSO belongs to. Additionally, I'd like to increase contact with external affair IT, SCOV IT, and program coordinators to focus more on AMR and COVID. I'll ensure campaigns and collaboration at all regional levels through IMSA, PIMSA, AMSA, and PELSOSA. work nationally with the NMOs, build alliances with IVSA, IPSF, and IADS. Finally, both external representations and impactful actions. I will ensure smooth continuity of all AMR activities. I will also implement MOUs with partner organizations in the Student Health Alliance. I want to take all the measures possible so that both me and delegations are fully prepared to maximize IFMSA's impact and guarantee a strong presence. So thank you for your consideration. For more detail, please refer to my candidature or reach out to me in any platform. And happy voting.
Okay, so that was his presentation. Now we're going to take 3 questions for him, and we will be done with all candidates. Okay, raise your hands if you want to ask any questions. Okay. I'm Austria and I'm from Taiwan.
I'm Austria here. Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation, even though you're not here. And sorry, I was typing at the same time. It's not good. How would you work with the LWHO to coordinate your efforts regarding IPSF and similar organizations which will be falling under the Youth Council for the WHO starting next year?
Okay. And from Taiwan.
Hello, thank you for your presentation. This is Tammy from FMS Taiwan. We would like to point out that we noticed an unbelievable similarity from your candidature and the LOSO candidature of the term 2019 to 2020. As you know, we take plagiarism very seriously in our federation. So we were wondering whether you can elaborate on the production of your candidature. Yeah, we will hope you can elaborate on that. Thank you. And I'll type the question in the chat box later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And if you can phrase it in a nice way as well, as you just said it. So this is it for the candidatures. Thank you all for respecting the rules and allowing us to have live Q&A. I hope that this was more helpful than what we had in AM20, in the sense of having better connection with the presenter, and then also the questions that you're asking and the answers coming right away. And you could connect all of those things rather than having a Google Sheet with all the answers there. And we'll be asking the same question for all delegates in the post-evaluation form. So if you want to help out IFMSA improve its election procedures, that would be the place for sure. Otherwise, you can just text me, email me, and let me know how you felt about this process. In the meantime, I also want to thank my returning officers for helping us with the process, and all of you for having very respectful questions, and I did not need to interfere at all at any point. That was very nice to see. I hope we continue this practice for the debates as well. So we're now going to move on. So the next one is presentation of candidatures for the IFMSA Supervising Council 2019-2021 for one spot, but there were no submissions. And that would be all the agenda points that we had. Now I'm just going to check if there is any procedural motions, but I was not made aware that we have any. I was requested to open a speakers list as well, though. So we're going to have a speakers list. In the meantime, if you're writing any procedural motions, please let me know. Okay, so we have one from Observer IFMSA South India. Do we have anyone else? EB, you wanted the floor. Have you confirmed as well whether or not this will be done today or tomorrow? Okay, I guess it will be tomorrow. So, Mrs. South India, you have the floor. Please remember to send us the statement as well.
I hope my voice is clear and loud to all. Dear NMOs, we at IFMS South India are deeply saddened by the decision of the CCC to continue to invalidate us, with non being supported through this whole application process and having provided the CCC with a list of all universities in South India that IFMS South India represents, which have no presence of the current NMO. We do not understand the whole premise of us being invalidated. Based on not being able to differentiate the present NMO from ours, we believed with the support letters we have obtained from universities which do not have a presence of the current NMO and a letter from the Honorable Health Minister of a particular state, distinctly mentioning the support for IFMS South India, so IFMS South India from that state would be sufficient for understanding, but alas, we were wrong. As also alleged activities in those universities to have found a base. We also would like to question as to why we were never consulted for the mentioned EB report for making a distinction between the current NMO and IFMS South India, as we have sufficient proof that the current NMO does not operate in the majority of the universities we operate in. As mentioned by the current NMO, we would like to address the so-called inflammatory statement, which by the way was not refuted against. All of the allegations we have made was with proof, and no matter of supposed self-reflection is going to change the deep-rooted rot set in. We have laid bare the discrimination we have faced, and all that was mentioned was the improper channels we have used to bring this to light. At the end of the day, the only thing we wanted was equal representation for South Indian medical students international. We would like to remind all NMOs supposed and allied activities of an NMO at the ground level with no seat at the decision-making table is and will always be tokenism. We at IFMS South India and generally South of India are sick and tired of being used as tokenistic pieces and without finding representation in an international platform. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So with that, we do not have anyone else on the speakers. IFMSA VPA.
IFMSA VPA, Roxanne, can I ask for a break, a 5 or 10 minute break for me to discuss with you, Chair, before we close this plenary? I'm sorry.
Okay. So I'm gonna just move to breakout or different way to Dr. Roxanne, and we'll be back. Please don't leave. We'll be back in maximum 5 minutes. So stay here.
Thank you, everyone.
Blanca, if you want an energizer, I can do one.
I was waiting for any TO member to go for it. So yeah, if you want, you can go. I can help you if you need.
Okay. So what we're gonna do is we're going to write our names in the sky, but with different parts of your body, basically. So let's start with one finger. So just write your name in the sky. You can be fast or you can be however you want to write it, basically. And the ones that have longer names, they have to go longer. Now we can write our name with our shoulder towards the screen. Make sure that everybody sees it. How beautiful you can write your name with your shoulder. I'm lucky because my name is quite short. I'm gonna wait a while for everyone else to do it. Now, next step, write your name with your elbow, all right?
Okay.
Okay, final step. No, not the final one. I have another final one. Now we're gonna write our name with both elbows, both at the same time. Feels good to your shoulders, doesn't it? Now your other shoulder that you didn't use the previous time. Oh, sorry, I'm going, but not everyone is done yet. Okay, now your other shoulder that you didn't use. So write your name. And final one, 2 fingers. Great. Well done, everyone.
Big applause to everyone. Okay, any other energizer that you might know? I'm open for suggestions. I see none.
I think I see Swimsa doing something.
Swimsa is dancing.
Do you want to share this routine with us, Swimsa?
Otherwise, we can do stretching activities such as the WHO meetings. You can teach us, Iris, as well.
No, Iris, unfortunately, we can't like dance it because it's like we would like to dance Waka Waka, but because there's like a live stream and it's like copyright and these things. So I'm sorry, we have to wait for the after party.
We'll be waiting. We'll be waiting for you.
Okay, shit.
Okay, let's do some stretching then. So let's start with your hand. So interlace your fingers and just stretch it out in front of you. And then go up. Oh, nice. And go a little bit to the side and the other side. And then go down. I don't know so many. Okay, now stand up.
Yeah, stand up.
And then just go all the way as low as you can to your toes with your legs straight. I think everyone knows this one. And let your head hang down and let your head kind of drop so you can feel, kind of make your head heavy. So you can feel the stretch in your neck as well. Okay, hold it there for a little bit longer. Okay, great. You can come up slowly. Be careful. Perfect. Now, okay, I'm gonna bend down a little. Put your one arm like this and stretch your shoulder. Push it down with your other arm and the other side. Great. Does anyone know another nice stretch that they want to do?
With your legs, perhaps, this one?
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna fall down.
Is that Madonna?
No, it's Lalo.
Lalo, come join us.
Then the other leg. Great. Now we can do some push-ups or something like this. Perhaps that's too much.
This is great. This is great. Thank you. I just saw a recommendation for a meditation. So who is gonna lead this? Kyrgyzstan, are you volunteering?
Yeah, sure. 1 second. But we need some music.
We cannot use music because of the copyright, as we are streaming in YouTube. But I think that we will be restarting the meeting again in a few. So perhaps we don't have enough time.
Okay.
Okay, so I am back.
Yeah.
Right. Was having a discussion with the executive board. Let me just leave Discord. Otherwise, they can hear me twice. Okay. So basically, I assume everyone's reading their email and they see that LRA resigned. I need to turn off the slides. So since the resignation, we have been basically discussing what can happen, what processes are there. CCC interpreted that the executive board cannot organize an EB meeting during the General Assembly meeting. So since the GA was opened, when was it, 27th February, until the 14th, 15th of March, they cannot do anything. And they cannot appoint another interim, they cannot open a call for an interim, and so on. So we were discussing that this can be done by the General Assembly, but the General Assembly can, sorry, you need to mute yourself. So we were discussing that the General Assembly can actually do this, and for that we would need a regular motion. And for a regular motion, we would not be able to submit it right now for this General Assembly, for this plenary session. So now they're drafting a procedural motion to change the agenda so that tomorrow, after the EB debate, there is an extra plenary with specifically the point of the agenda referring to possibly the opening of the call of LRA ad interim. So it would take after the EB debate instead of the president sessions, and this would give some time for them. This would give them some time to further discuss what they can do, what they want to do, and also for you to think about it. They would probably put up a regular motion in this situation. We will discuss how that could be phrased and so on. But even if we don't do anything, by giving that sort of an extra plenary there, we can just open it and close it. Like we don't even have to do anything in regards to that if that's the end decision. But it will basically take time during what is currently the president sessions. Okay, I don't know if they managed to submit a procedural motion yet, but does anyone have any questions on this? FMSA Poland.
FMSA Poland. So just to clarify, the plenary additional will be tomorrow during the president session or after the president session?
So instead of starting with the president sessions, we will start with the plenary.
Tomorrow, okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
A question, at what time will this be?
Right after the EB debate. Don't worry, I think with the plenary team, we can manage, as it would simply be this agenda point. And it would only involve discussion, so we could just transcribe. It's all fine. No extra preparation for the plenary team. Okay, so anyone wants to ask any questions before we submit this procedural motion? This is like right now the time for it. I explain the main reasons that the EB would also provide while they're drafting this. Nope. Okay, so in that case, we're just waiting for the EB. Okay, I can see they're still discussing. Do we have a speakers list in the meantime for, okay, CCC, want to say something?
Hi, Sanya from the CCC. CC has been getting questions that why EB cannot take decisions during the GA. So basically, GA is the highest making body as per the IFMS.
Sanya, you're breaking up a little bit.
And IFMSA bylaws.
Sanya, your connection is stable.
Yep, we are not able to hear you.
What?
We were not able to hear you from the start. So if you can repeat, CC has been getting questions.
Yeah, the CCC has been getting questions why EB cannot take a decision during the GA. So two reasons. One, as per IFMSA constitution, GA is the highest decision-making body in the station, and as per bylaws paragraph 5.1, EB is the decision-making body between the two general assemblies. So as per this, right now, because the General Assembly is going on, General Assembly is the highest decision-making body, and only GA can take decision regarding this.
Yep. And the paragraph on this particular decision also very clearly states EB meeting. Like it cannot be over email or anything like that. I mean, you can, but it basically needs to be affirmed in the EB meeting. So, okay, we got our procedural motion. Is this procedural motion fine? Okay. Does anyone else need further clarifications why we are doing this so that we save some time? EB, are you also here?
Yes, we're back. Sorry for the confusion.
Okay, can you explain, while we're waiting for CC, can you explain the procedural motion? I explained previously, but well, maybe you want to say something else.
Yes, so as CCC and Nipoja stated, the EB cannot make a decision while we're in the GA because such decision as opening and entering call is a decision that can only be made by the GA. However, it has to be a regular motion. Since we received the information today during this plenary, we were not able to send a regular motion today because the deadline was yesterday. So we want to open a new agenda point tomorrow in the plenary that will let us table motion tonight by midnight GMT, so we can discuss it together tomorrow in the plenary on whether or not we're opening an ad interim call. By then, the EB will send you all of the information regarding why we want to open an ad interim call and the proposed timeline, but we just need more time. And if we don't have a plenary tomorrow, it will be next week. And this poses a very big struggle on the EB because, as you know, having when a position is not fulfilled, it ends up on the EB's hand, and we are already mental health wise very struggling. So one week can make a change in EB's mental health. So this is why we would like to have the call open earlier, so you can have a decision earlier and give more mental health to EB, like a prophylaxis in a few weeks. I hope I'm clear, but maybe Egle, you can add just a little point on why we want the decision to be made as soon as possible for the new.
Okay, before you go, Egle, so This procedural motion does not mean that you're deciding to have this open. This means that tomorrow you're going to be able to discuss this point that Roxanne was mentioning about LRA ad interim call and the timeline and everything. You will be able to discuss tomorrow in case this procedural motion passes. In case if it doesn't, the next plenary is happening on the next Friday, and we will not be able to do anything until then. I hope that is clear. So Egla, something brief, and then AMSA Austria.
Sorry, may I speak now?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. IFMSA VPK Egle. We also recommend this procedural motion due to the fact that there are several UN meetings coming up. One is Commission on Status of Women. If we were able to have LRA appointed earlier, we would be able to have the second half of the event, which is 2 weeks event taken by LRA. Also, another meeting is coming up, which is Commission on Population and Development. And the Indico UN platform for registration deadline is also coming up soon. So if we were able to have this happen earlier, we would still be able, these events to be covered by the newly selected LRA and not having EB cover them. Therefore, this is our recommendation. Thank you.
Okay. AMSA Austria, I hope this is about the process, as we will not be further discussing whether or not opening an LRA ad interim call is necessary. So this whole process right now is to allow you to make a decision tomorrow, should you want to open an LRA ad interim call. So AMSA Austria.
AMSA Austria, Lucy, thank you very much. First of all, we would like to really thank the EB for reacting as quickly and coming up with a solution this fast. We really appreciate that. We know it can't be easy during a plenary. And secondly, we wanted to ask about the procedural motion. Is it not necessary for us to open a new plenary as well and not just add a plenary agenda point, since there is no plenary for tomorrow?
Okay. CCC.
Sorry, what's the question? Again, please.
Do we need to add in a procedural motion to add in a plenary agenda, a plenary session, and add a plenary agenda to that plenary session?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Samia had her hand raised in the meantime.
No, that was from before, I guess.
Okay. So how do we phrase this procedural motion? Getting some assistance from the chairperson now and accepting that whatever is written here can be submitted as procedural motion.
Libosha, can you just give us time to check the validity of this motion, like just more time?
Okay, but in case we need to add a plenary session, then this motion itself immediately is invalid, right?
Yeah, just give us one time, please.
Yep, okay, and support here.
Niboja, can you put the new phrasing in the chat so I can prepare a procedural motion in case if it's needed?
Yep, when we agree.
Thank you.
Roxanne, how does this sound?
Good. Perfect. Good.
Okay, AMSA Austria, you raise your hand again.
Yes, AMSA Austria, Lucy speaking. Thank you very much. We are just wondering, because we aren't particularly well known for being extremely timely and so on, if there's any consequence if we don't open the plenary tomorrow at 13:30 GMT, and we would think that it might be a bit more realistic to at least put it at 45 past or 2. Thank you very much.
I think it would be wise to not specify it with a time as in like an actual hour, rather than just after the EB debate or the president session.
I mean, this allows us 30 minutes after the EB debate to start. And starting includes the roll call, and the roll call can take as long as we need, essentially. So we would, in essence, be starting at 13:45 by that point. Okay, while we wait for the CCC. Okay, I don't want to open a speakers list now. Mixing up too many topics. Sorry everyone for the delay in this plenary. It was supposed to be over, but well, tough times. I mean, are there any concerns on opening the procedural and opening a plenary tomorrow, other than exactly how do we phrase a procedural motion? Because, well, you would be wasting a lot of time if there are big concerns and you're not stating them. I'm allowing a debate on this topic in that case. Okay, Ezgi, please see.
This is Ezgi from CCC. We finally came to a decision. This motion is valid if we add a number to the plenary session. Like it would be plenary session number 4, I suppose.
Okay, in the original one or the one I wrote down?
In the one, like, are these 2 motions? Or
no,
is
this is the original motion submitted by the EB, and this is something that we were brainstorming how we can phrase it.
Yeah, okay. So we would prefer the changed version.
Okay, so we need to add a plenary session. So
can it be 3B or 3A?
Otherwise, we will need to change the number of the following plenaries.
Okay.
This is what I was going
session 3 to 3A and add a plenary session 3B. Would we cover everything like this?
Yes, I think this is right now.
Okay, so we're gonna proceed. IFMS AVP, do you confirm that this will be the plenary motion you are just gonna submit?
Yes, I'm copy pasting it.
Okay, perfect. So we're gonna save some time and consider it submitted. So this is submitted by the IFMSA EB. With these effects, we'll be changing the name of this plenary session from 3 to 3A. Tomorrow, there will be a plenary session 3B with the sole agenda point, LRA ad interim call. Okay, so, well, we cannot specify after EB debate because then it can be at any time, right? TCC, do we need to specify the time?
No, we don't.
Okay, in that case, I'm just gonna remove it and we can agree tomorrow after the EB debate.
Executive Board, we're okay with that.
Okay with that? Perfect. So this is the procedural motion proposed by IFMSA EB. Would you like to further explain? What was explained previously?
I think it was already explained unless someone on the EB wants to go now.
Okay. Then we're gonna have seconders. Okay, that's a lot. So we're gonna go with Dan and Brazil.
Hi, the name Brazil would like to second this motion.
Okay, so that we don't necessarily have to go to a vote, it is still plenary chairperson's decision whether or not to have direct negative. If you want us to vote on this, or you have any problems or any other reason why you would raise a direct negative that exists, please raise your hand. So this is one of the few exceptions I'm making for procedural motions and asking for a direct negative. If there is no direct negative, this would pass nemo contra and we will not be voting on this. Okay, therefore this motion passes nemo contra.
Thank you on behalf of the EB.
Thank you. So tomorrow we're having a plenary session. It will be after the EB debate, even though it's not specified here. At the EB debate, we will specifically agree when do we start. And now I have a final request for a speakers list. This will be the last speakers list. Please don't submit any procedural motions meantime. I'll keep them for tomorrow if really necessary. So speakers list, Cesar Italy, I think you wanted to be on the speakers list. And anyone else? Okay, Cesar Italy, you have the floor.
Thank you. So our statement is related about the South Indian statement, and it's quite simple. Dear IFMSA family, we don't know in detail the problems present in MSA NMO. We don't know if what emerged in the NMO server is true or not. Therefore, we would like to remind you that for these cases, it will be possible to request a subco investigation. So all the NMO can really see what happens and then understand how to act based on our policy and principles. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Cesar Italy. With this, we do not have any procedural motions that I can see now. I'm gonna double check. But basically that concludes this plenary session. And wait, well, that was the one we had. This concludes the plenary session, and well, we will see each other tomorrow during the debate. I will right now work on the email to inform you about the debate. And there's going to be a link for the debate for the questions. And well, I'll send that first quickly, and then I'll inform you on the process. And all the candidates that were not able to answer, I will ask them to answer as soon as possible. Hope that all is clear, and see you tomorrow. Have some rest. Thank you for staying.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye, everyone.